Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the stream. It's been a while. Oh man, I forgot what it was like to be here just me. We don't have any music. Let me pull up Pretzel Rocks real quick. It's been a while since we've been playing Magic and actually needed something to. Let me take that off camera real quick. Hang on. You guys get to see my desktop. Woohoo! This is what happens when you don't stream for like a week. Okay, what do we want to listen to? Oh, it all looks different. Okay, did they lock all the stations? We don't have any stations anymore, and those are all locked. Okay, that's different. Surprise Me is still there. Yeah. Oh, wait. There was an unlocked one there, it looked like. Why don't they have the unlocked ones in the front? VHS? No, probably not. That's it. Surprise Me? Don't like this. Alright, we'll just listen to the GTA game station was... Oh, wrong era. There we go. Oh, it's locked now too. Okay, well, maybe we're not listening to Pretzel Rocks. I don't know. Trending labels, sure. We'll listen to 99 Lives. We'll see how that goes. Okay, anyways, we're back. We're reviewing the new set, Murders at Karlov Manor, because I haven't seen any of the cards. I haven't looked at any of this, so it's all new to me. We'll see how much we get through, and we'll just go from there. So I wanted to do this on the actual Magic Image Gallery, but the website is god awful. I'm just going to bring it up to show you. So it all looks good. Like, it looks very, very nice, you know, but the problem is this is not collapsible. Like, once you've made your sort options, you cannot get this little area off the screen. So, like, you can't even see a full card image at this size on the screen at the same time, despite the fact that there's, like, plenty of screen real estate up here I'm never fucking using, because just like everything else Magic related, they've half-assed it, and it looks like shit. Yo, Melissa, yeah, it took me a little while to get over this this cold that I had. It was not a nice time. So, but we're here now, and you know what? I'd still rather have that cold again than try and read cards off Magic's own website, because why would I go to them for information? So, anyways, let's go back to Scryfall. Scryfall doesn't have a dark mode, by the way, by the looks of it, so that sucks. But anyways, here we are. So I know this normally sucks to suck. It really does. It really does sometimes. But you know what? We do the best we can. We do the best we can. We're going to go through these. We're going to get started. It takes me a while to do these because I get sidetracked and blah, 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 blah. But we have 279 cards. I'm going to try to do them all tonight. We'll see if that happens or not. And we'll see, you know, basically I'm trying to decide whether or not I actually want to play the set coming up. So that's what we're doing. I don't know the themes. I think I knew most of them when I didn't watch the initial spoiler, but I read some stuff about it after the fact. At some point I knew the mechanics. I kind of know, like, there's an investigate thing, there's like a modified morph kind of thing. I'm sure I'll remember more as I go, but I haven't thought about it really in 2 weeks. So we'll see as we go what we like, what we don't like, and whether or not it looks like we'll be playing in the upcoming months. So here we go, starting with white. Absolving Lamassu. 4 and white, 4/3 flyer, uncommon. When it enters battlefield, all suspected creatures are no longer suspected. What a great first card. No context as to what that is whatsoever. I have no fucking clue if that is any good. So we'll just assume 5 mana 4/3 flyer. pretty medium. Normally they do a 5-mana 3/3 flyer in white, so you get an extra point of power. That was just not irrelevant. That goes from a 7-turn clock to a 5-turn clock, all by itself in limited, obviously, is what we're talking about here. When this dies, you gain 3 life and suspect up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Oh, look, reading the card explains a card. A suspected creature has menace and can't block. Okay, so menace is almost always an upside, as long, if y'all are passing like ships in the night, you're just giving your creature menace. So like if their creature has suspected, you play this and no longer is it suspected, so it no longer has menace. And then when this dies, you get to give something else menace. Like you have an evasive creature, it dies, you give another creature some sort of evasion. That's not bad. It's not bad. The extra point of power I think is pretty good. I don't know. It's a limited card. How good that's going to be is going to be format contextual. And it depends on how many things, how many ways there are to make things suspected. Interesting first card, though. Jumped us right into the deep end with a set mechanic. Assemble the players 1 and a white for an enchantment. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Once each turn, you may cast a creature spell with power 2 or less from the top of your library. This is a rare, obviously. Yeah. These look enticing. You know what I mean? Like, they really do. This reminds me of an old card. Cream of the Crop. This card is better than Cream of the Crop. I honestly don't even remember exactly how Cream of the Crop was worded. It had to do with something about the power of a creature, and then you looked at the top that many cards and put them back in any order, and then there was some way for you to play the card. Good God, you're old. I know. And to be fair, that's not even, that far back in the way back machine of the Magic engine, but here we are. That's what happens when a game celebrates its 30th anniversary. Oh, look, my shirt is kind of like translucent. I hadn't noticed that. I gotta adjust the color filter on this a little bit. It matches the backdrop perfectly, but this is a blue shirt. There's no green in the shirt, but my color scheme or whatever color filter seems to think that I need to be an apparition tonight. Maybe I'm dead. Maybe I'm streaming from the other side. Maybe I succumbed to the cold and I didn't actually survive. Who knows? I guess we'll find out tomorrow, or you guys will. You're a ghost. Exactly. I might be. I'm fucking Casper. Who knows? I'll find out tomorrow when I go and watch this back if anybody is actually here. But anyways, I think this card is not good. This card wants you to play a lot of creatures. You already, somewhere between 20 and 24 land slots, plus 4 of these if you're going to build around it. You're already looking at half your deck as non-creatures, so it's going to hit once, every other turn roughly. And, you still have to pay the mana cost. So you're not. It's like drawing the card, but it's conditional draw. You know what I mean? You have to do it that turn. If that doesn't fit into your plan, you just lose the ability. So it's strictly worse than drawing half a card a turn. So, Puzzle Puff Girls for the win. That's that's good. That's good. Is it who all's going? I know that y'all normally have a little contingent that you do puzzles with. I didn't know that there were puzzling competitions though. Are we talking like puzzles? Or are you talking about Steph, Gina, and Bear? Hell yeah. Are you talking about like jigsaw puzzles, or is it like logical puzzles, dexterity puzzles? Like what kind of puzzling are we talking about here? Because I didn't know. I was just about to say, I didn't know until not too long ago that they actually do jigsaw puzzle competitions. I've never heard of one being done as a team. I've seen one that's like a individual, but never as a team. That's pretty cool. How fast do you guys think you're going to be able to do a 500-piece puzzle? That's pretty crazy. Last time we did it took us 2 hours and 18 minutes. Dang! That's pretty quick. It's pretty damn quick. I like it. Well, good luck to you tomorrow. I'm sure that'll be fun. All right. See, this is why it takes me so damn long to get through these fucking cards. Good luck, Melissa. We're moving on to Aurelia's Vindicator. crazy looking puzzle. What was it? All right, Aurelia's Vindicator, 2 white 4/2, Flying Lifelink Ward 2, Disguise X 3 white. Discord me a picture. Okay. When this is turned face up, exile up to X other target cards from the battlefield and or creature cards from graveyards. When this leaves the battlefield, return exiled cards to their owner's hands. So, what was the name of that damn card? There was an Angel of Serenity? Angel of Serendipity? Angel of Chandelar? I don't know. There's an Angel of something that I feel like starts with an S that used to see play in like second time to Ravnica standard, maybe? Like Rav Innistrad standard. It was like 9 mana, and when it came into play, you removed up to 3 cards from either play and or graveyards and put them under that. And then when it left play or whatever, you got them back to hand. Those were grindy ass games. Like some of the grindiest Magic I've ever played. So of course I loved it. I was absolutely digging it. I think that this is better than that in a way, because you can just play it on turn 4 as like a hard to kill life-linking Angel. It's honestly pretty hard to deal with. The 2 butt is a little worrisome, because red can still just zot it for 3, right? For like a play with fire or something. So I don't know. I think this is probably, I think the time for that card had passed. The Angel or whatever would not be a good card now. And I think this card's probably okay, but like if the other Baneslayer equivalent can't see play in standard, which I assume it's still not seeing play, I guess I don't know that for sure, then I think that this probably won't either. But it's interesting. I like this kind of riff on an old card in a new way kind of situation. I like Disguise on this. All right, so we'll see. It's obviously limited bomb. We'll take a 4-power lifelinker, obviously, with some upside of being able to be a removal spell, and obviously, can make for some pretty sick alpha strikes. You play this, you untap the next turn, and just remove their whole team from the game, and then attack with all your things. And yeah, even if they kill this, because it goes back to hand, this is very good in limited. I mean, in limited, this is like you're never passing this card. But will it see play in standard? Probably not. Auspicious Arrival, 1 and a white. For an instant, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Investigate. If this format's grindy, that's pretty good for the like mid-range decks, right? You probably don't want this in like a super aggressive deck. I mean, I don't know. It depends on how well they can use the token to not actually draw a card, like to get some value on the board or something. You sended it, all right. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well the truly aggressive white decks in limited are going to be able to use this. Like I said, if they're just spinning 2 to draw a card, they're probably not going to want this, because I'm assuming they have a better pump spell. I mean, if you don't get past any, is this a good backup pump spell? Probably. But yeah, this is just, limited level filler. I don't think it's anything too special. I don't see it, Melissa. You lied to me. Liars! Anyhow. Yeah, I'm looking in Discord. I don't see it. It's not there. Well, you might have sent it, but I did not receive it. Yep, I'm looking. I'm looking right now. The last thing I have from you is from the 22nd. Oh, there it goes. It came through. I don't know why that was so slow, but yeah, I got it now. Ooh, that is crazy. It's like a snake and a lizard and a penguin, or no, a dodo and a flamingo, but they're all weird colors and like, oh, that's weird. All right, well, now that I got it up, I can put it up here. That's pretty crazy looking. That's the one you did last time? That's pretty psychedelic. Yeah, there's no good way to like group that. I don't know. That's pretty crazy. Because I always, I always sort the colors and stuff first. Some people do that. Some people don't. I never knew people didn't sort colors in a puzzle until watching that competition. And they were like, that's just so slow. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's something that I never would have, my brain wouldn't have thought to have ever done. Ooh, it's got layers you can only see with the glasses. That's really cool. Nice. We tried to, I play some games with some buddies most Saturdays, and one of them had just gone and spent some time with his brother and some friends playing some games. And he brought back this game his brother had gotten him for his birthday. And we watched like the how-to on YouTube, and they was like, nah, fuck it. We ain't playing this game. This is shit. We ain't even opening the box. I'm returning it, blah, blah, blah. But it was kind of similar. It was called Dive, and like you look down from the top, and there were levels. There were little like slivers of like almost like transparency paper or whatever, and each one of them either had like a shark on it, which was bad, or it had like some sort of other sea animal, which was good. And you had to look down, and the further down it was, the murkier the water was, and the harder it was to see it. You had to guess how many levels down each of the things were, and so you had to say, well, at this dive level I'm hitting good shit, and at this dive level I'm avoiding the shark, and blah blah blah. And basically how close you were to the right level based on your view was how well you did. And it looked pretty fun to me, but yeah. Steph does the border, Gina Bear and I flip pieces, and then we just dig in. Really? Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm a border person myself, for the most part. I like to have the structured framework to work out of, and then I kind of ignore the frame, to be honest. Like, I do the frame, and then I kind of ignore it, and I'll just start digging into, like, pulling colors apart and putting things in places. And most of the time I have to break the border open to slide the bit that I've been working on in and, like, reconnect the border. I don't know. It's just, the border gives me comfort. That's just the way you do it. Exactly. All right, anyways. Call a surprise witness. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a flying counter on it. It's a spirit in addition to its other types. Okay. So, they've been doing a lot more of this, like, animate little shit. And this is pretty good. I'm not going to lie. The extra mana over the one from the last set, or 2 sets ago. Was it last set? I don't even remember. But, it gives it flying, which is not bad. Sometimes your little shitter is a utility dude, and you don't care if it has flying. But if you're trying to be aggressive, giving it evasion is pretty solid. Yeah, once again, this is not going to be format defining or anything, but it seems fine. I don't think this is a constructible card, but I think it because of the evasion, I think it has more of a place than maybe the last one did in limited. Case file auditor. God, I don't know why I couldn't read that word. 2 and a white for a 1/4 uncommon human detective. Almost read that as human defective. When this enters the battlefield, and whenever you solve a case, that's different than when you do the clue, right? Yeah, clue is called investigate. Sacking the clue is not solving the case, right? I don't think so. Okay. Whenever you solve a case, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal an enchantment card and put them into your hand, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast case spells. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Cases are these over here. This is like the new kind of saga-ish looking thing. Those are the cases. So that's what this is talking about. I got you. Okay. Melissa, stop making life difficult. God damn it. Okay. We'll do the best we can to describe these rectangular objects that we might be playing with in the upcoming weeks. We'll have to see. You got 5 minutes, Melissa. 5 minutes is nonsense. All right. Case of the Gateway Express. 1 and a white for a case. It is an enchantment, so it's like a saga. It's an enchantment case. When this case enters the battlefield, choose target creature you don't control. Each creature you control deals 1 damage to that creature. Each creature you control. Okay, so you got to have creatures in play to make this any good. So this is like a removal spell for the go wide aggressive decks. Okay. To solve 3 or more creatures attack this turn. Makes sense. Solved creatures you control. Oh, okay. Solved at the beginning. Okay. Whew. Boy, I got scared for a second. To solve 3 or more creatures attacked, but it doesn't get solved until the end of the turn. So you don't get it on that attack step. I was worried about like 1 drop, either 1 drop, or just 2 drop. And then next turn, like if you need a 3rd creature, like a creature with haste, a 1 drop with haste plus this or something, that would be pretty stupid. But that's not how cases work, apparently. So I need more points. I need to win the word case. No. There's a rule that says you can't ban words that are specifically in cards that I'm trying to read on a stream. I know it's not part of the actual factual rules because I just made it up, but I now that I've said it, it's a rule. There's no way around it. It's set in stone. Boom. Case closed. And I can say that because case ain't banned. No. God damn it. I was too busy trying to make my case about case that I accidentally said card, huh? Fuck. We only made it a minute. We had 4 minutes left. We suck. All right. Case failed. So, this card's probably still fine in an aggressive deck, but, it just doesn't do anything worth it. Doesn't do anything the turn it comes into play. It would be really good if it did. I was like shocked to see that that's how it first read to me. But given the fact that it doesn't, it's probably not that good. Although it is. Yeah, you have to play it pre-combat too. So like if you could play it post-combat and have it be solved like, oh, I attacked with 3 creatures earlier in the turn. Boop, played this. Because you could leave mana up for like combat tricks and other things. But like on an early turn, if you spend 2 mana to play this, they're like, oh, fuck. Shit's going to get real next turn. I better trade off while I can. Like you're kind of, yeah, I don't like it. I think it's just, I just don't think it's good. All right. Anyways, case of the Pilfered Proof. 1 and a white for another white case. We have whenever a detective enters the battlefield under your control. Is detective a card type? Yes, it is. Okay. Got to pay attention to that. Got it. And whenever a detective you control is turned face up, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay, I was wondering if all the ward or disguise cards were all detectives. I was wondering if this was an angel detective. I thought that'd be pretty fucking cool, but no, they missed the opportunity to have an angel detective. Fucking fail. Anyways, so whenever one either comes into play or whenever you flip one up, but it has to be a detective. Notably, the ones that are already in play, it's not like the Thalia's Lieutenant effect. Like when you play this, all the ones in play don't get a counter, unfortunately. Yo, Stin's here. What's up, Stin? To solve, you control 3 or more detectives. Okay, fair. If unsolved, solve again here. Instead, yeah. Solved, if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, put those tokens plus a clue token. Yeah, so here's my problem. I don't think there are detective tokens, right? All the detectives that you're going to be seeing are... maybe there are. Maybe there's like a human detective token in this format or something that there's a lot of. I don't know. We'll have to see. But as it stands, there's a lot going on. You need to have this. You need to have detectives. You need to then also be creating tokens in some way. And then what do you get for all that payoff? You get clues. So like the first clue you get after you spend this, the card, waiting around, getting it to work, then you get a clue. No, then you got to play something that produces another token, and then you get a clue. Then you sack that clue for 2 more mana, and you recouped the cost to play this card in the first damn place. So then you got to go through the whole thing and to get any value. That seems shit. I don't like that at all. All right. Case of the Uneaten Feast. 1 white mana. That's the kind of case I like. Just, I don't really know. I don't know if it's any good, but I like the mana cost. 1 is so much better than 2. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life. Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it. It's dirtily. Only auto likes the dirtily 1-drops, you know. To solve, you've gained 5 or more life this turn. Solved, sacrifice this case. Creature cards in your graveyard gain. You may cast this card from your graveyard until end of turn. Okay. Reasonably certain that the way this is worded, this does not perpetuate any sort of combo, because once the card itself is moved to a different zone, if it goes back to the graveyard, it's no longer the same object. It would have to be worded like, you know, this turn you may cast creatures from your graveyard, and then it wouldn't matter if the creature was in the graveyard at the time. It would just matter that the effect was in place. So this also is asking for a lot to have happened. You need to obviously have this and have it in play. You need to gain life probably by putting creatures in play, obviously. But then those creatures have to be dying somehow. Like, are you doing that yourself? Is this like a wrath protection? Probably not, because all the good wraths in standard exile at the moment. And then, you know, like, you still got to pay the mana for the cards. You know, there's no true unfairness that you can be doing here. So I'm going to pass on this. And dislike. All right, Defenestrated Phantom, 4 white for a 4/3 flyer. It's got Disguise. Okay, so this is just generically Disguise. You play it for 3 as a 2/2, but because of power creep, it now has Ward 2. And then because it's not really power creep, because all the morph costs are like so much shittier. Like, I mean, yeah. Give me my pay 5 life. Give me a 3/4. That's the way Magic should be. Goddammit. None of this 5 mana to flip up a card this is 8 mana for a 4/3. I mean, this card is awful. Do I spy a Hushbringer with Flash? I don't know. We ain't gotten that far yet. I don't know. We're still on Delny Streetwise Scout. Street, and that's not a scout. That's a lookout. Same thing. It is a human scout, but the word is lookout up there in the name. 2 white for a 2/2 legendary human scout. Creatures you control with power 2 or less can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. If an ability of a creature you control with power 2 or less triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. That's probably build aroundable in standard. One way that, even if it's not main deckable, one way that mid-range is so much better against straight aggressive decks is that, you know, they're just a little bit fatter, right? And they hope that between their bigger creatures to kind of stop the assault and maybe a little bit of life gain, that they can just take over with their larger creatures. And so this is honestly probably pretty good against in some matchups where that kind of stuff happens. You know, thinking of like, I know it's more Obstinate Baloth more sees play for like Liliana stuff, but once you have it in your sideboard, you bring it in against aggressive decks a lot of the time, and you know they still gain the life, but they're not going to be able to roadblock your creatures. You're still just going to be able to bash through that Baloth, and you know that's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think this is maybe not main deckable, but probably sideboardable. Seems pretty good. All right, the card we've all been waiting for like a minute since Sten saw it. Doorkeeper Thrall. 1 in the white for a 1/2 Thrall. It's got flash and flying, and artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. Yeah, I mean that's most of a Hushbringer, right? Hushbringer didn't specify just artifacts and creatures, did it? Or maybe it did. I don't remember the exact wording on Hushbringer, to be honest with you. But yeah, baby got flash. That's pretty good. That's once again, that's not really for standard, probably. Oh, it's only creatures, so it actually added artifacts in addition. Aha! I knew it sounded different to me. I went that it was more broad, but it's actually more narrow. Interesting. Well, there you go. I like it. Yeah, I mean, for any deck that wanted Hushbringer for, you know, any Hushbringer shenanigans, will obviously probably update to this. Flash, I just think is better than Lifelink on a 1/2. But you know, and anything that's sideboarded Hushbringer will also probably sideboard this. So there are some unfair decks that wanted to use the Hushbringer as a combo piece, and there are some fair decks that wanted to slow down other unfair decks, and, you know, both of those things prosper with a new toy. Not for standard, not for limited. Although I would still run. Excuse me. I would still run a 1/2 Flash Flyer in limited, so there you go. Yeah, it doesn't have lifelink. Yeah, but like I said, I think almost every deck on a 1 power creature, I think you trade Flash for lifelink on a 1 power creature. Yeah, 1 power worth of lifelink. Due Diligence. 2 and a white for an aura enchanted creature. When this enters the battlefield, target creature you control other than enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and vigilance. Okay. So this is if you can find the spot to avoid the blowout, right? Then this is a pretty good deal. You get the +2/+2 and vigilance on this and another creature. Oh no, target creature. Yeah, you control. Okay. Yep. I was about to say, it's not a May. So I was really worried that if they had one creature and you only had one creature, that like you couldn't play this in attack because you had to buff their creature as well. But no, it's target creature you control other than this. Okay, yeah, that's a fine limited card. I think that's going to be a big beater in limited, to be honest. Like 1-drop, 2-drop this. That's a truckload of damage. That's just a lot of damage. They're going to be on the back foot for the rest of the game. Do you have enough firepower to get through and do the rest of the damage? I don't know. You just, you still got half of the effect ongoing. So you probably like say you did curve out 1 mana 1/1, 2 mana 2/2, right? On turn 3, you play this on the 1/1. Turn it into a 3/3. The 4/4 is temporary, but you probably want to play the solid, the permanent side on the smaller creature to kind of diversify a little bit and maybe be able to pressure with bolt next turn with like a trick or something. But I don't know. But either way, I think this is a pretty good card. And even if you don't play it on turn 3, you just you play some evasive flyers. You're like kind of tit and tatting back and forth. They start to like take over with some larger creatures on the ground. You got to finish the game off quick. The race is starting to turn, blah, blah, blah. I mean, for one card, like 4 damage in the air right away, and then ongoing like an additional 2, that's pretty good. All right, I found the first card I like for limited. Due Diligence. First card Otto actually likes. So we have to go back, and we'll have to figure out how many of these top 12 cards are like format-defining limited cards that I totally passed over. Yeah, Due Diligence, that's my cup of tea. All right, Essence of Antiquity. 3 white for an artifact creature golem. It's a 1/10. Woo, boy. Essence got that booty. Goodness gracious. All right, Disguise for 3. Why is that thing got such a big booty? I don't even know, man. What makes this golem so much damn tougher than all the other golems, That's the real question. He don't even look like he have a booty. That's the thing. It's one of them sleeper booties. When this is turned face up, creatures you control gain hexproof until the end of the turn and untap them. I mean, totally underwhelming card. This is in the set to be a 1/10. I don't know why that's important. But it's not a good card. It's not good. Forum Familiar. 1 mana 1/1 cat uncommon. Disguise for 1 and a white. So, okay, the rare, smaller card that you can upsize later in the game. And then when it's turned face up, return another target permanent you control to its owner's hand and put a +1/+1 counter on this. Okay, so like it's a 1 mana 1/1 if you want to be that aggressive. Then if you draw it later, and you're like, fuck it, play it out as a 2/2 with, ward or whatever. And then like, 3 mana 2/2, And then later on, right? When they like target a different creature with a removal spell, they're like, nah, and then you flip this thing up, save your dude, and it's still a 2/2 because it doesn't have ward anymore. But you get the counter on this. Yeah, this seems fine. I like this. All right, we're like 20 cards in. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be playing some White and Limited. I see a Forum Familiar. I see Due Diligence when we smash some faces. Cat gives no fucks, eating a turkey leg in the Forum. Hell yeah, Cat's like, look, Cat's gotta eat. I caught this thing yesterday. Griff Knot Tracker, 3 and white, 3/2 flyer. When this enters the battlefield, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Is that going to be relative in the limited environment? I have no idea. If it is, maybe. If it's not, I'm not playing this as a 3/2 flyer for 4 probably. Or, I mean, you don't not ever play these kind of cards, but it's not like you want to. You're not like actively seeking these out, right? These are like, 10th, 11th, 12th picks or whatever that like you hope that you have more playables and those get cut. But if not, you'll put 1 or 2 of those in the deck. Hazada Vigilante, 4 and white. Graveyard hate might be huge. Oh, really? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what mechanic uses a graveyard, but we'll get there, I'm sure. Whenever this enters the battlefield or attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control with power 2 or less. That's really slow at 5 mana. Yeah, and it can't pump things up. Like, if they have a 4/4, you can't pump something up to get it through. Because you cannot put something, you can never make a 3 power into a 4 power. Nah, I don't think this is where it's at. If this were 4 mana, like 4 mana 3/4, I mean, obviously that's a totally different card. But I'm trying to think what they were thinking and what would make it probably worth doing. But I don't think as is. We might have the same water bottle. Really? I don't know. This is I don't know. This used to be one of those like little, shaker bottles with the little thing for like shakes and stuff. But I've long since lost that, so I now just use it as my water bottle. Inside Source, 2 and white for a 1/1. When this enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 white and blue detective. Oh, there you go. There are ways to make creature tokens or detective tokens. So there you go. 3, tap this. Target detective you control gets +2/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. You put it in a drawer immediately. And that can fuck off to over there. And now I have a water bottle. Love it. Love it. This seems not great. Yeah, this is bad. That's a bad card. I don't like it. So it's I don't know. Maybe I'm just undervaluing the fact that it's a 2/2 and a 1/1. Yeah, I'm gonna amend my previous statement. This is not a bad card. Like, if this were just a straight up 2/2 for 3 mana that made a 1/1, I'm probably like, all right, whatever. So the fact that the 2/2 is the token is, I think, maybe causing me to undervalue it a little bit more. The ability's bad. Like, why would you want to spend 3 mana to do that? But it's still 2 bodies. It's 3 power spread out over 2 bodies for 3 mana. I think this is fine. Thank God we aren't in middle school or we get bullied for not having Stanley Cups. Man, you know what? It's one thing. We as adults, we can give each other shit, over stupid shit. But like, what are we teaching the children, man? Children, why the fuck should I, why? Yeah, that's just, oh my God. I can't stand the Stanley Cup thing. It's just the longest, it's like the latest thing in the longest line of like bullshit when it has to do with, that sort of stuff. And I think some parents do it because that's really how they view life. And then other times I think kids just like the parents don't realize that like, the vibes they're giving off about that shit. You know what I mean? They're not blatantly trying to pass it off to the kids, but like anyways, I'm distracted. I'm off topic. I'm lost in the weeds, but fuck Stanley Cups. Fuck all that trendy shit. All we need is a used to be shaker cup with a lid and you can drink some goddamn water. And you know what? If that don't work, you get a goddamn cup and you drink out of the cup. And if that don't work, you drink out of the fucking bottle. You know? So, I mean, fuck. And if all else fails, I guarantee at every school that them kids are at, there's a goddamn water fountain. And that's okay, too. As long as you stay hydrated, my friends. Kids have been bullying each other for petty ass fashion related reasons for many decades. Yeah, I think it's always been a thing, you know? Like, it's always a thing where, like, the previous generation is like, well, it never happened when I was a kid. Yeah, it did. Motherfucker, that was happening when my parents were kids. Get out of here, you know? It totally did. We just think it's just like, we think it's like a new or worse or whatever, but it's just kids. It's just kids picking up on parents' drama. That's all it is. That's all it is. If the parents are doing it, the kids are doing it, and I guarantee the parents have been doing it for a long time. All right, where are we at? We just did Inside Source. Karlov Watchdog, 3 and a white for a 3/2 dog. It's got the Vidge. Permanents your opponent's control can't be turned face up during your turn. Okay. I mean, that's not me. You know, it's a limited kind of set dependent, but in this set, maybe that's worth it. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures in control get +1/+1 until an attack. It's still a bad card, right? 2 toughness for 4 mana, and it wants to be attacking because it's got the Vidge. It does pump itself. At least it says creatures, not other creatures. But I don't know. I don't think this is going to be all that good. I could be proven wrong. The other thing about the permanents not being able to flip up that makes it not as good as you might think is, like, back in the day, like morph, you might have like a couple of cheap morph costs. You're just like morph, like all in one turn. But now that's not the case. Now everything they morph up for, like, you know, 1 billion mana. So, you know, you don't really have the same opportunity a lot of time to flip shit up. So I don't think this is going to be good enough. But it's so hard. It's so hard to look at, like, limited from just one glance through the spoiler 20 cards in or whatever. So I don't know. I've given it pause now, but I still think it's bad. Krovod's Haunch. Nah. Damn. Grovad got that big old haunch. Why? Why do we have 110? Why do we have 110 golems and Krovod's Haunch? The haunch is just a haunch. This one is 1 mana. It's an artifact. It's a food equipment. It's a fucking food equipment. You can eat it, but you can also beat somebody about the fucking head with it. So, you know, whatever you want to do. Whatever. Are you hungry or you got problems? Because I got you. All right. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. You can also tap 2 and sack this to gain 3 life. When this is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, create 2 1/1 white dog creature tokens. Okay. I mean, so yeah. It's weird, right? It's weird because I was thinking, oh, you get this for 3 mana. You know, like, if this were an enchantment, you'd play it on something, you'd beat them about the face with your, you know, amped up enchantment, and then when the creature died, this would die, and if you had the mana up, you'd get 2 doggos. Well, it's like being the equipment is actually screwing it here, right? Because, like, it doesn't, it just falls off. So then you got to put it on something else. Whereas, like, you got to pay the 2 mana to sack it yourself like a fucking peasant, and then you got to pay 2 more mana to get your creatures. So it looks like it costs 2 to get your 2 doggos, but it really costs 4, and that's pretty shit. You can beat someone's ass with it, then eat, but there's no other way around. Exactly, yeah. You cannot, I repeat, you cannot eat it and then beat somebody's ass with it. That's just not how the math works. Yeah, this card's shit, right? I don't know. Let's move on. Makeshift Binding, 2 and white. When this enters the battlefield, exile target creature and opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield. You gain 2 life. Okay. I mean, this seems great. Yeah, good. Maybe it depends. Like, conditionally, if there's other equipment in the set, maybe I'd like that. I do like one random piece of equipment in a lot of draft decks. Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying that. I'm assuming maybe there's some other equipment and maybe it might be better, but I could be wrong about that. But yeah, I don't mind it as a one of fun of in a draft deck for sure. Like an aggressive, like blue white flyers. Honestly, it could probably just be good in blue white flyers anyways, right? Like Bone Splinter for an extra mana to equip is still not Bone Splinter, but it didn't have to be. Bone Splinter was broken. Makeshift Binding is good, so check. Make your move, 2 and a white, instant, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. 3 mana removal is not great. It's conditional. It does only hit bigger stuff, which means you're normally trading up mana wise. I mean, love that it's got a chessboard in the art. Like 100% on board with that. Don't think it's a great card though. So on to Market Watch Phantom. 1 and a white for a 2/2 Spirit Detective. Love that it's a spirit and a detective. Fucking, I'm just imagining this guy. You know, I don't get into the lore and shit all that often, but I'm just imagining this motherfucker. He was on the case, he got, and you know what? God damn it, he come back to haunt these motherfuckers and solve that goddamn case. He was so haunted by the case that he came back to haunt the perpetrator until he put the case to rest, and then and only then could Market Watch Phantom rest. That's what I'm seeing for this little guy right here. So good on him for sticking. That's dedication. That you don't see that. You don't see that anymore in the job force today, chat. Anyways, Market Watch Phantom. 1 and a white, 2/2. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, this game's flying until end of turn. I'm going to be thinking of Yu Hakusho every time I see the Spirit Detective creature. Oh, really? Is that a thing? I don't know anything about Yu Hakusho, to be honest with you. All right, I will have to check that out if that's kind of the storyline, because that sounds sweet. This seems good. I like this. This is the 2-drop I can get behind. Yeah. This is, it's low to the ground. It's aggressive. Helps you get through. Even some tricky shit. If you have an instant speed way to make a token, perhaps a creature, but most likely a token, perhaps this motherfucker, right? So you have 4 mana up and you pop this, make your little duders, and then all of a sudden, bloop, bloop, you got a combat trick. You jump up your little phantom into the air and you block some little unassuming hawk or something that's come over to eat and to peck at your face. You're just like, nope, my phantom's flying. Chances are it attacked, so it was tapped, but on the off chance that it came into play last turn, maybe some shit like that happens. But yep, I like Phantom. That's the 3rd card I've liked. Makeshift Binding I don't love, right? It's just it's a good card, you'll play it, but I'm not like, ooh, that's a reason I want to play white. That's just that's always there. TLDR, this is a longish anime from the 90s where a kid dies and gets to come back to life in exchange for being a spirit detective and fighting supernatural. Well, damn, that's amazing. I like it. Museum Night Watch. 3 and a white for 3/2. I already don't like it. That's the same thing. That's the same problem I had with this fucker. Why are they giving all these 4 mana 3/2s? When this dies, make it 2/2, and it's get disguised. I don't like any of this. I don't. All right, so you play it on 3. Say you're on the play. Right? Say you're on the play. I'm trying to make a case for this. Say you're on the play, you play it on turn 3, and then they play 3/3, so on their turn 3 or whatever, right? So on your turn 4, you have all 4 men up, you attack. They try to block your 2/2 with their 3/3, you flip it up, they trade, but you get the 2/2 back on the back end. You still got 2 mana left to do something. That's not horrible. It's like it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, chances are they're not playing a 3/3 and blocking your 2/2 with it. So you just get it, and then you just get in for 2 damage. You play a 4-drop. You know what I mean? So it's not bad. It's not as bad as I originally thought. I like Night Watch a lot more than I like Watchdog, I think attacking with 3 creatures is like a lot of times just Christmas land. You know what I mean? But like attacking with this one creature and getting some value out of it. That's a lot more likely to happen. I think this will most likely be played on turn 3 a good amount of the time. Like later in the game, if you draw it, you'll just play it on 4 probably. But Neighborhood Guardian, another 2-mana 2/2. It's a unicorn this time, not a unicorn spirit detective. Now that's a show everybody'd watch, right? The unicorn spirit detective. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay, so white's got a theme of small shit coming into play, and that's something I like because that tends to be very aggressive, and I'm all about that life. So imagine, like turn 2, you played the like turn 1 you play a 1/1, turn 2 you play the Neighborhood Guardian, right? Turn 3, you play Market Phantom, attack with 2 2/2s. And then it still have a mana up for a trick. I'm hoping there's a 1-mana trick. We already saw the shitty 2-mana trick, the Auspicious Arrival, but I'm hoping for a 1-mana trick. But anyways, so then you go off from there and just, you're being very aggressive. You top it off with a removal spell like a Makeshift Binding or something. Hopefully not a make your move if you're lucky. But yeah, it's a good card. Good card. Not on my watch, exile target attacking creature. Now, this is a card they always put in sets like this. People tend to say they don't like it in aggressive decks. I think that's a little bit of an oversell. The thing is, you don't play this on a turn where you could be deploying a threat, right? The way that this is still good in an aggressive deck is your opponent eventually has to turn the corner, right? So normally it's like, they have, one big old creature or whatever, and that's enough to hold them back. And then they have to start thinking about when to attack, right? Now, if they're disciplined, then they just, hold that one big old beefy creature back and only chip in with some other stuff when they can, right? But there will come a turn where they decide, fuck it, why am I sitting back on my haunches with all these big dudes? I'm just going to smash in, and what are they going to do about it? And that's where a card like this can still catch somebody off guard. Is it great in aggressive decks? No, obviously not. But I feel as though, like, you can find spots for this because, like, after turn 4 in your aggressive decks, you're going to have mana open. It sucks to have a bunch of these in your opening hand, so I wouldn't want more than, like, one. But I would not be mad at this, right? Like, you're trying to get through on the ground. They have a flyer that's pecking in, making the race kind of difficult to decide who's going to win. This is not damage based. It's not based on power and toughness, so like they can't save with a pump spell, blah blah blah. This is not a terrible card. It's kind of a generic vanilla card. Are you going to be happy to play it? No, not really. But is it going to make your deck? Yeah, it's going to make your deck. Novice Inspector. This is just Thraben Inspector that they can hopefully reprint more often. So, is there still core set? I don't even think there's still core set, right? But if there were, this is like a core set plant. I love this. That's very nice. I will play this if we play white and limited. I will play this if we play white and constructed. So, there you go. No Witnesses. 2 white. Sorcery. Each player controls the most creatures, investigates, then destroy all creatures. That's what we needed. We needed another 4-mana Wrath because Depopulate was just not doing it. And they were like, man, if only we had 8 Depopulates, we would then be able to make sure we could make it to turn 5 to Sunfall. And then to turn 6 to fucking, God, what's the name of the 6-mana one? I don't even remember. It's been so long since I played that card. But either way, fuck all these Wrath. At least this one doesn't exile. But here's what I will say about how often they print these cards now. I think there's 2 things related to how often these cards see print. Some that I like, some that I don't like. The 2 things that I think have caused my reaction to this, like I used to like a Wrath, you know what I mean? But now we're so many. And I think there's a combination of two things. Ban Sunfall. I know that's your opinion. So the first thing is they gotten away from the blocks, right? It used to be that you had a Wrath in the block, and you needed that for, well, you guessed it, block constructed. That used to be a thing. And so most block constructed environments needed to have that as sort of a safety valve. So they had a Wrath. Sometimes they were 4, sometimes they were 5, sometimes they were 6. Sometimes they were white. Most often they were white. Sometimes they were black, you know. I don't remember a time when red has gotten the only, like, you know, mass removal sweeper kind of situation. Yeah, I don't think that's, I can't remember a set where there's not been some sort of white and black Wrath. But anyways, because we've gotten away from the block constructed format, we expect every set to have a Wrath variant. And God, it gets old. And not only does it get old, but now with 3-year standard, how many of these fucking things do you need? So every once in a while when I'm driving, I will listen to one of Mark Rosewater's podcasts, his Drive to Works, where he talks about like a lot of things like design and development related. And one of the things that he brings up multiple times is like, you know, where there is design space still and where they like need to find new stuff and where they like look for inspiration and like what has kind of run dry and blah, 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 blah. They could get way more mileage out of these Wraths if they just fucking spaced them out a little bit. Just fucking chill. Just slow down. Realize that, you know, we got 3 years of this shit. We don't need this one in this set. We'll wait till the next set. There's no more blocks that you got to worry about. There's no, like, we are rotation proof in the Wraths department. I promise you. We're not going to have a problem. Mono Red is not going to take over the world. It'll be okay. Just give us a set without a Wrath. Just fucking do it, you know? That's my opinion. I think I think this is old thinking. I think they're slow to adjust. They did away with blocks. They've now moved to 3-year standard. I feel like sometime in the next couple of years, they'll figure it out and they'll stop printing these in every set. But until then, goddamn, are we sick of them. Now, I will say, we've talked about they print one of these in most sets. They print one of these in most sets. They print one of these in most sets. You know, there are other cards that happens with, and I don't find that to be as egregious. Those are normally like interchangeable parts to something that like there's never the danger that it'll become oppressive because they'll just overload on the one type of effect, right? Like, how many 3-mana single target removal spells do you need? You don't. So then it's kind of cool to see the different design spaces that come out with, like, how does that fit into the block mechanic? How does this fit into the block mechanic? You know what I mean? But like the difference with Wrath and what that makes that different than some other things, like I've talked about before, the 1-mana green card that searches your library for a land, puts it in your hand. I love that they made that kind of almost an evergreen mechanic in a set, and I think they need things like that to kind of, you know, give the set some familiarity. I just don't feel as though Wraths really lend themselves to being part of that. You know what I mean? You should start making 3-hour YouTube set reviews where you rate cards entirely on how well they'll play with boarded windows. Yeah, well, that we definitely could make a 3-hour podcast on that. I mean, hell, we've already been going for an hour and 15 minutes, and I've talked about 30 cards. So, and we haven't even talked about any of them and how they've related to boarded windows. So, whew, don't get me started. Long story long. No witnesses. Okay, it exists. I'll forget it exists. I'll forget the fucking name of it. Somebody will play it against me at some point. I may get a clue. I may not. I don't know. I will not know whether or not I should get a clue. I will just rely on Arena to put one into play on my side if I deserve one, and otherwise all my creatures will die, and then I'll just I'll just keep playing Magic and be like, oh, okay, that's different. If it was depopulate, I'd have drawn a card, or not, depending on whether I had a colored creature, whatever the fuck it is. I don't fucking know. Fuck Wraths. All right, anyways, on the job, 2 white for an instant. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Investigate. I don't like this. Investigate. You want this card to win you the game, so you're just paying extra mana. for something that you hopefully don't need because the game is over. So, not my favorite card. I hate that that's taking up one of white's common spots, but you know, they often get a card like this. This one's just worse, I think, than most. Perimeter Enforcer. 1 and a white for a 1/1 flying lifelink. Whenever another detective enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, this gets +1/+1 until end of turn. I don't know how often that'll happen, but if it happens on a somewhat regular basis, this card's pretty good because it's already got evasion. 1/1 lifelink flyer is actually pretty tough to race on its own, and the fact that you can give it some scalability on its own, that's pretty good. I'm gonna go take a sneaky peek up at the 3-mana 1/1 that makes it 2/2. If they're both detectives, that's a really good curve. I'm just saying. Let's go take a quick little look-see right here. No. Okay, so it makes a detective, but it itself is a citizen. All right, so it would not be a 3/3 flying lifelink on turn 2. It would just be a 2/2 flying lifelink. So, okay, good to know. Okay, Sanctuary Wall. 1 and a white for an 0/4 defender. It's an artifact creature. Okay. 3 and a white, or 2 and a white, excuse me. Tap target creature. You may put a stun counter on it. If you do, put a stun counter on this. Huh. Keep doing it after Boarded Windows rotates out. Well, then we'll just have to start looking at it in Pioneer. So, there's a format. There'll never be you can't take these Boarded Windows from me. I will play them in Vintage. God damn it. The funny thing is, in Vintage, you would never lose your Boarded Windows. They would just stay in play the entire game. And then you would lose, like, the entire game being, like, 2 turns from now. But turn 1, Mishra's Workshop, Boarded Window, bitch. Suck on them eggs, bitch. Yep, that's the future of Vintage. That's probably already happening in Vintage, and I just don't know about it. I have to imagine that somebody's come up with that sweet tech. All right, Seasoned Consultant, 1 and a white for a 1/3. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, this gets +2/+2. That's a lot of work for a... Yo, NATO! Gonna beat some squirrels. Hey, them squirrels, they ain't getting through. They ain't coming. Yo, yeah. You got your little Earthcraft combo? Yeah, that's fucking cute. Watch this. I'm going to board this window up. Squirrels could never get through a boarded window. What you talking about? What you mean boarded window? That's funny. All right. That's a lot. I told you, attacking with 3 creatures is asking a lot. And this has to be one of them. Especially in straight white. Like, maybe there's enough haste in red. And maybe red will be a natural enough pairing that maybe this will be okay. But, white doesn't get a lot of haste innately. And playing this on turn 2, there's no realistic way that you're swinging on turn 3 with this. And past that, like, you're getting a little bit of a discount, but you're doing work for it. And if they disrupt you at all, then this card is, like, really not what you want. I don't think this is going to be where you want to be. 10th District Hero. Stan, I play Black Lotus. I crack Black Lotus. I cast Boarded Windows. Does it resolve? I love it. I love it. The only thing better than casting it off in Mishra's Workshop is casting it off of Lotus. I absolutely adore that. 10th District Hero. 1 and a white for a 2/3. Okay. Oh, it's a rare. Of course it's fucking rare. 2 mana, collect evidence 2. Okay. This one's too complicated to tell me what collect evidence means. So I'm hoping that'll come up on a more generic card, and we will get to see what that means. So it's hard to evaluate this card right now. I'm just going to read through it, and then we'll get back. We'll come back to it once I've seen what collect evidence does, and we'll kind of evaluate it again. But right on rate, it's a 2 mana 2/3, so it's fine. It's a human, notably. Collect evidence 2. This becomes a human detective. It's got base 4. Oh, so it's like a scalable thing. Okay. So it becomes a 4/4. Collect evidence 4. If it's already a detective, it becomes legendary. Miliva? I don't know, something. Miliva. The Stalwart. It has base power and toughness 5/5, and it gains other creatures you control have indestructible. Okay. I don't know. And you gotta act like it's some major threat. Does it resolve? Are you sure? Whew. Okay. Guess he didn't have the force, boys. I was really worried about that daze. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, whoo, boy. I looked at that underground sea over there like, I don't know if he's gonna let me hide this border window. Fucking border window, man. I regret nothing. This is what my life is now. Unyielding Gatekeeper. 1 and a white for a 3/2. Okay, so they took the 2/3. They went, bloop, bloop, new creature, done. This one they made an elephant, though. I mean, I guess he's an elephant. This is a little different. Disguise, you can morph him. Okay, good. When this is turned face up, exile another target permanent. If you controlled it, return it to the battlefield tapped. Ooh. Oh, that's sexy. This card's good. Good. Your opponent trying to remove your shit? Nah, blink it. Get a come into play ability, right? Your opponent played a big old fatty. Nah, he had a 2/2. I'm sorry, he had a 2/2. Yeah, it's very good. Now, I will say, I love that they made this a 3/2 because it does allow it to attack better if you just play it on turn 2 as a 3-power creature. That's great. But the fact that it trades with the 2/2 it makes this good. Like, it would, I think, be pretty oppressive if this was a 2/3, because then it could just, completely stonewall the 2/2 that you gave them, and that would be bullshit. I like this as a 3/2. I really do. This is a very good card. This is my favorite card from the set so far. Yeah, I like Unyielding Gatekeeper quite a bit. You're gonna love a certain blue card. Oh boy, I can't wait. Wojek Investigator. 2 and a white for a 2/4. Flying Vigilance. Okay. 3 mana 2/4 Flying Vig. At the beginning of your upkeep, investigate once for each opponent who has more cards in hand than you. So, clearly this card is better. First off, I just realized I got to go back and note. Angel Detective. I said they missed an opportunity up at the top, but they got it in the end. They figured out how to fucking do it. They just did it on a different card. All right, so there's an Angel Detective. That's great. Love it. Look at her fucking two up there with her fucking little... it'd be cool if she, if her magnifying glass was like her halo, like she pulled her halo down and was like looking through it, or whatever. I don't know. Most angels don't have halos in magic lore or whatever, but that would be fucking cool. But anyways, I digress. At the beginning of your upkeep, you investigate for each opponent, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, clearly it's better in Commander, but I think this card is still pretty good in an aggressive white deck. Because unlike the other card that we were talking about earlier, where, this fucking shitty card, this doesn't provide any board presence on its own, so you really want to play this in the game. But, this... it provides board presence, so you're not as incentivized to play anything else to the board, right? So you just play enough just to keep enough cards out of your hand that you're below your opponent. So you don't even have to overly commit with this card and go all in. But now you're just accruing a little bit of advantage. So this is not all in balls to the wall white deck, but it's more of a mid-rangey kind of strategy. This can be played and stonewall an aggressive deck, and it can be played and accrue value versus a control deck. That's a hallmark of a mid-range card, right? This card's very good as well. All right, they saved the good white cards for the end. These two cards, I like Unyielding Gatekeeper more, but I think both of these cards are very good. And like I said, I don't know how good 10th District Hero is yet, but I assume it's pretty good. As well. All right, Wrench, here we go. Enchanted, 1 mana, 1 white mana for another clue equipment. The other one's a food equipment. This one's a clue equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance and has tap 3, tap it, tap target creature, and then you can sack this to draw a card. I mean, I think, honestly, out of the two, I'd rather have the fucking haunch. So, yeah, if we play a white equipment, it'll probably be the big old leg. And that's the white cards. Honestly, white's not very deep. The cards that it has that I really like. Let's see. They started here-ish. I really liked Forum Familiar. Going back up here. No, I guess, yeah, Foreign Familiar was the first one. I liked Foreign Familiar. I liked Market Town or Market Watch Phantom, Neighborhood Guardian, Novice Inspector, a Perimeter Enforcer. So 3 commons and 2 uncommons. It's not all that deep. I don't like this. Yeah, it's not very deep for like aggressive. You like worse, Hushbringer? Don't say worse. Worse makes it sound bad. It's not worse. Flash is infinitely better than Lifelink in most situations, right? I don't think like it's a card I'll play, but I'm not like super happy about that. It's not going to bring me into the color. Once I'm in the color, I will play it. It's also a rare. Wasn't Hushbringer an uncommon? I'm pretty sure Hushbringer was an uncommon. Feels kind of shitty to like upshift rarity on it's borderline unplayable. I feel like Hushbringer was uncommon though, wasn't it? I really feel like it's kind of disingenuous to make this a rare, to be honest. But maybe I'm not remembering that right. Maybe it is a rare. I don't know. I feel like it was an uncommon though. Agency Outfitter, 4 blue for a 4/3 Sphinx Detective. Now Sphinxes make a lot of sense to Detective, and boy, he's a dapper ass looking detective too. Look at him. That, my man, is how you be a Sphinx Detective. It was a rare, yeah. Well, like I said though, like I will play just a straight up flash 1/2 flyer in most decks. Like, I mean, I would play a 2-mana 1/2 flyer with any sort of upside in limited, if I'm aggressive enough, because I'm gonna have pump spells. Without pump spells, it's not great. But in my aggressive decks, I'm going to have pump spells. And honestly, though, there was not a 1-mana pump spell in white. The only pump spell we saw the 2-mana 2/2 pump spell that investigates, which I didn't like. And then we saw the 4-mana everybody gets +2/+1 that investigates. And then that was it. Every other pump ability was on a creature that was like either creature came to play or like you attacked with 3 creatures. The pump in white was not really there. I don't like that at all. I'm not a huge fan of the white aggressive. I'll have to go, like, normally I like my white aligned decks to be aggressive. I'll have to go back and look at it again and see if like there's something more controlling in there that I would maybe see framework for. But I didn't see it just out of first. White might not be deep. White just might be shallow. And that's okay. All right, Agency Outfitter, 4/3 flyer. When this enters the battlefield, you may search your library hand and or library for a card named Magnifying Glass and or a card named Thinking Cap. Put them into the battlefield. Oh, put them both onto the battlefield. I don't know if they are, but I just get 3 cardboard rectangular objects onto the battlefield. You know what? Fuck it. I don't even know what they are. I like it. That's uncommon too. These cards are shit. I like the idea of this. So there was God damn it. It was in a core set. There was like a witch and a cauldron and a newt or some shit like that. And they all talked about each other. They all did shit with each other or whatnot. But this is pretty cool because there's actually, but one was common, one was uncommon, one was rare, if I remember correctly. And so, like, you were never really going to do this with, like, it was never going to work in limited, or it wasn't going to come up that often, you know what I mean? But, like, this, I'm assuming the other two are, like, uncommons or maybe even commons. If the glass and the cap are shitty enough, they might be commons. And then you just get one of these fucks. And then, like, this could be a fun limited, like, bingo thing that you want to do from time to time, you know? Like, all of a sudden, bam, you pop out your outfitter and then you get some other shit. And then you just, like, you fucking confetti goes off and the stream ends and you're just done because you won, you know? I mean, I don't know. I have to see what they are. But I like the idea that is forming in my head. I'm sure Wizards is going to fuck it up when I actually see what it does. But for right now, I'm excited. Right now, in the moment, my heart rate is just pounded. You know they're shit. It also means you have to play them in your deck. I know, but didn't you search your deck and just and you feel so fucking good about yourself because you did something fucking cool? Maybe if it was a wish board kind of situation, it would be cool. You know, don't stomp on my dreams, Stan. This is gonna happen. I mean, Look, this is the closest I've been to saying maybe I might want to play with this set. So don't fuck this up for me, okay? All right. The card screams bait. Let's be honest. Who are we talking about here? Who are we talking about? If it was a bait card, I'm probably going to end up playing it. And that's just the way that these things work. Okay. Behind the Mask. 1 blue mana. Wait till it comes. Oh, NATO is hyping it up. Oh, my God. Now I feel pressure because now if I don't realize that NATO's going to be like waiting, I'm going to read it. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good and move on. And NATO's going to be like, oh. I feel so much pressure, NATO. I feel like I'm going to let you down, my friend. I do my best to identify the blue card that, that is coming. You're going to take your magnifying glass and or thinking cap to an 0-3, then go back to Link to the Past. Hey, if that's what happens, that's what happens. And that's on me, okay? But look, ultimately I blame Wizards because Wizards made the card. They knew I was going to play that shit. They fucking knew it. And they made it anyways. Unscrupulous bastards. All right. Behind the Mask. 1 mana instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. Oh, here we go. Exile cards with total mana value 6 or greater from your graveyard. Okay. Let's go back and contextualize 10th District Hero first. It's not 2 cards. It's total mana value 6 or greater. So total mana value 2 or greater. So this could be 1 5-drop if you wanted it to be. And then it's fine if we evaluate cards differently. That's fair. I like that. It's a very calm-headed response to that. It's almost like you're not even on the internet. I don't even know what's going on right now. So you got to spend 2 mana, and okay, you can't use it as graveyard hate. It's only your graveyard, which is probably, it's fair, but yeah, this card's just okay. You can't really play this on turn 2, flip it on turn 3, and get a 4/4, which is probably for the best. The funny thing is, it doesn't even work with fetch lands, right? Like, you could have 17 fetch lands in the yard, and you couldn't fucking collect 2 evidence here. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't know. That makes this card a lot worse. Honestly, still a 2/3 for 2, so you're still fine. But it's a lot slower to get up to the bigger booty than I would have thought. Behind the Mask, though, you may, so you don't have to. You get the effect for 1 mana no matter what. Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/3. If evidence was collected as base power and toughness 1/1 into end of turn, it said, okay.
Only you had a motive for murder.
That's not bad. It's not bad. You can use it on a small creature. You can use it on a small creature to trade this like as a pump spell. You know what I mean? It's a human with a robot mask on. Oh, it's a robot with a human mask on. I see. Yeah. So it's bad at both of its jobs, but it's modal basically. I'm not gonna say no to this card in limited. I'm gonna say no to this card in constructed. I'm 100% going to do that, but I don't know. I think I'll end up playing this probably in my agency outfitter decks. Who knows? Benthic Criminologist. 4 and a blue, so 5 mana, 4/5 Merfolk Wizard. The Merfolk don't get to detect. They're criminologists, but they get to be wizards, not detectives. I don't know why that is. Like, you'd think this would be a fucking detective. Like, it's just criminologist sounds more detective-y than wizardy, you know? But anyways, it enters the battlefield or attacks. You may sacrifice an artifact if you do draw a card. Nope. Dislike. Well, okay, hold on. I forgot that clues are going to be, peppered all over the place. So basically this is like, hey, when I play this, that clue that's in play, you don't have to pay 2, you just get the card. And then when I attack it, honestly, all right. This would need support. This would need a lot going right. But if the pieces fell into place just right, this actually could end up being pretty good, right? This could be that kind of like big butt that I was talking about earlier that kind of halts the ground assault. And then when you're ready, you're like, oh, mash, draw a card for free, use those cards I draw to make sure I have enough stuff that like I can continue to smash and defend. And then you kind of, it allows you to turn the corner more quickly, right? But you got to keep in mind that you need to play cards in your deck that produce clues, which means if you play different cards, you might not have had to turn the corner at all because you might have been able to defend better in the early game. I don't know. But contextually, depending on what the other good cards look like, if some of them produce clues, this card might actually be pretty good. All right. Bubble Smuggler. 1 in a blue for a 2/1 with Disguise 6. That's a lot of Disguise. He's deep undercover, which I guess makes sense. He's out of his element. He's got to go all the way up out of the water. So there's a lot going on. God damn, he gets big though. Big boy. Honestly, this card seems fine. I think that in blue this makes sense. Is he smuggling bubbles? Probably. This card seems fine in limited because if you really need to, you can play it on turn 2. If you feel like you're playing against an aggressive deck, you're going to get run over. You need to play a different card on turn 3. You need to have a 2-drop and a 3-drop, or if you're on draw, whatever. But if you got time, you play this on 3. If you had to trade it off on turn 3, whatever. Maybe you played a different 2 on turn 2 anyway. So like this is just upside. Like if you just have 2-2-drops in your hand on turn 3 or whatever, turn 2, turn 3, you're going to play them both probably anyways. So the fact that one of them you can play as a 3-drop doesn't really waste any mana, doesn't waste any tempo as long as your curve is low enough and can accommodate that. And then this one, if you don't have to trade it off, then you get to the late game and it's like, all of a sudden now I got a 6/5. So what you think about that? This is not going to blow people out of the water all that often. If you haven't flipped up your thing and it gets to be turn 6, I've probably been planning for the last couple turns around the fact that you're eventually going to turn this up and smash me with a 6/5. The fact of the matter is, can I do anything when you actually pull the trigger? Sometimes I will, and basically you paid a bunch of mana and I paid a card and we're back to wherever we were before. But if I can't, then I don't care how much mana you spent. You're smacking me about the face with a 6/5, and that's probably bad. So this card seems good. Once again, it's got to be contextual to when you need creatures. How many 2-drops is a blue deck going to have? Can I reasonably expect to have a different 2-drop on turn 2, giving myself a little bit of leeway to play this one on turn 3 for no real loss of value? I will say it is interesting. It will be interesting to see. I didn't really pay much attention. I only remember the 1 3-drop 1/1 that made it 2/2, but I'm sure there were more that I'm forgetting. I do distinctly remember a couple 4/4s. But I will be interested to see how many 3-drops are actually in the set natively, because 3 is ever since I came back to Magic, 3 has been the most clogged mana, converted mana value in most of my limited drafts, unless I'm just so aggressive that my top end is 3, and then I'm more clogged at 2. But it will be interesting to see how the mana value of the set overall is adjusted to take into account the fact that we have all these free 3-drops laying around. Are they contraband on the surface? Probably. All right, Burden of Proof. I believe this sounds reprintish, but I'm not 100% sure. 1 in a blue, flash, enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 as long as it's a detective. Otherwise, it has base power toughness of 1/1. I don't know. It doesn't sound like a reprint at all. The name sounded like a reprint to me. I don't know why. I don't know what card I was thinking of. This is fine. This kind of reminds me of like, was it Defang? No, not Defang. From the same set though. Like if it was a vampire, get +2/+2. If it was not a vampire, it got -2/-2. That was fine. In black though, it seemed replaceable. In blue, it seems more unique. So do you got a flyer? Huh? Is it a detective? Well then, smash him about the face. Oh, you got a problem with the 6/5? Well, the 6/5 is a bad example because it's got counters. It would be a 5/5, whatever it is, But you got some problem with some big old green fatty? Well, just make it a 1/1. As long as it's not like a tree folk detective or whatever. So I think this is probably pretty versatile. I think it'll probably see play if there's like a blue white flyers deck or something, and probably maybe a sideboard card otherwise, something like that. Excuse me. Still not 100% back to my normal self. Candlestick. 1 blue mana for a clue equipment. An equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature attacks, Surveil 2. This one's slow. The +2/+0 is so much better than +1/+1. The fact that you get to Surveil is, I mean, it's nice because it plays well with collect evidence, but I don't see this being a card I'm going to be happy to play too often. What was the other? Okay, so far we have a wrench and a candlestick. It's kind of on the nose, but like, are we going to have like a lead pipe and a revolver and a rope? Is that the game that we're playing here with these clue equipments? Because I'm kind of here for it. I like that. Case of the Filched Falcon. When this case enters the battlefield, investigate. Okay, so 1 mana, make a clue. To solve, you control 3 or more artifacts. Okay, that's not... Who knows? Solve. Okay, once it's solved, you can pay 2 and a blue, sacrifice this, put 4 +1/+1 counters on something, and it becomes a 0/0. Oh, onto a non-creature. Okay. And then, okay, so you can turn your... If you're an artifact deck already, this is like a 4 mana total 4/4 that you can still sack to draw a card if you want to. It's a lot. I mean, it's 1 artifact by itself, so I don't know. 3 mana? 3 mana after you solve the case? It's a lot of time. So, like, let's say you went this. I'm trying to think. I mean, yeah, this is not great, right? I was trying to think of some way to make this any good, in definitely not in limited. In standard, I don't even think. Yeah, all right. I think it's maybe somebody will find a way to make it work. I don't know. I don't think this card's any good. Case of the Ransacked Lab. 2 and a blue. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, and that's ongoing. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less. That's not like until the end. It's not this. It's not like chapters, right? So it's not like chapters like in a saga. So once you play this, that's in play. It's locked in. So you've got yourself a little Electromancer effect on your case here. To solve it, you cast 4 or more instant and sorcery spells this turn. I don't know why that doesn't say instant and or sorcery, but whatever. Once it's solved, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you draw a card. I don't like this either. Explain the scenario to me where this makes sense. What deck that's not comboing you off is playing 4 or more instant sorcerers in 1 turn on your turn? And then you got to go a whole nother ass turn. Well, I guess not, but like, I'm assuming you spent all your mana, right? It does solve itself at the end of your turn. Like, so say you played 4 sorceries, and then your turn ends, and you still have mana left over. You could start playing shit and drawing cards, but like, you're probably gonna have to wait till the next turn cycle, untap all your shit, and then you can start popping off. But like, yeah, when are you doing that? What deck is doing that? I don't see how this is going to be a thing. I just don't see it. No, sir, I don't like it. These clues, I have not, our cases, I haven't liked a single case so far, have I? I don't think so. They might have gone safe on the cases, but I don't know. Based on the ones we've seen so far, they seem very like nichey or like almost like novelty-ish or whatever. Cold Case Cracker, 3 and a blue for a 3/3. When it flies and when it dies, investigate. Sure, this seems fine. It's not exciting, but at least it's 4 mana, not 5 for your 3/3. And when it dies, you get value. So this is a great limited card. I would be happy to play this card in limited. There's one red case that I'm hoping will be good. Case of the Crimson Pulse. Other than that, yeah, they're meh. Okay. Yeah. A Cold Case Tracker is a solid card. If there's a Flyers deck, this is great. It's just like, hey, you know, you dealt with my early shit. Boop, plop this down. You have to kill it or it's going to kill you. Oh, you killed it? Great. I got a card out of it. I'll just sack it and now I'm up. And now I'm going to continue to find threats and beat you in the face with them. I think Cold Case Cracker is pretty good. It's also a detective. It's another spirit detective, by the way. I like it. Okay. Conspiracy Unraveler. 5 blue. It's a lot of manas, but it's a 6/6. It's another Sphinx detective. This one does not look nearly as dapper as the last one. I will say that. The last one. So this one is a 6/6 flyer. You may collect evidence 10 rather than pay the mana cost for spells that. Okay. I thought you. Okay, never mind. Once it's in play, you can do it for other. I misread. I stopped reading. All I got to, you may collect evidence 10 rather than pay. And I kind of stopped reading and kind of just like had an internal moment where I was like, fuck. But nope, that's not the case. It can't cast itself as an alternate mana cost or alternate casting cost for collect evidence 10. It's once this is in play, you can collect evidence 10 to cast other shit. This card's bad. That's you got to get a 7-drop into play. You got to have something else that you want to cast, but you don't have any mana to cast, so it's got to be a big thing as well. And you got to have 10 fucking converted mana cost worth of shit in your graveyard. My question is, however you got this into play, why didn't you just use whatever method you used to get this into play to put the other motherfucking thing into play that you just collected evidence to put into play? Like this is like the other thing with extra steps, right? This is an intermediary step. That being said, I'll build around it and we'll fucking find a way to make it work. You know, we'll be doing this to put like Portal to Phyrexian play or something, and then we'll save a mana, you know, or 2 mana. We'll save 2 mana. I don't know why, but we will make it work. So in theory, this card seems like a dirty card that's like a waste of time, which means it's also a card that we will end up playing at some point. So, be that as it may, I had an aneurysm when I first read the card, because if it were an alternate casting cost, this card would be absolutely nuts. All right, Coveted Falcon. 1 blue for a 1/4 bird. It's got flying. Whenever this attacks, gain control of target permanent you own but don't control. Oh, that you own but don't control. Okay. Whew. I'm having trouble reading. It's getting to be late, chat, and we're only in blue. Fuck. So this is a fancy little card, isn't it? Just a little fancy little card. It's not going to happen in standard. This is not. Well, let me read the rest of the card. Hang on. Time out. I digress. Let me read the rest of the goddamn card. That got me in trouble last time. Let me read the rest of the card. All right. Disguise 2. When it's turn face up, target opponent gains control of any number of target permanents you control. Draw a card for each one they gain control of his way. Never mind. I love it. Holy fuck. My favorite card in the set is now this guy. You flip this up. You just give him all your goddamn lands. You're like, I'll get them back later. Hopefully you don't kill my shit. And then you draw a bunch of cards. And then, oh fuck. We're building around this thing. I love that it doesn't say non-lands. It's just like, fuck it. You want to give me your lands? That's all you, bud. I don't know. That's your problem. Uh, and then you slowly get them back. You magpie them back eventually, right? All right, yeah. I like the coveted Falcon. Could this see play in older formats? Could this be the ultimate like fuck you to your opponent? You're just like, you get this thing down. It's got Ward 2 or whatever, you know, and people in older formats, they don't ever play any mana for things. So like 2 more mana is not inconsequential. And then like you just flip it up. You just have all my shit. Go ahead, have fun with that. I don't know what you're gonna do with it because I just drew double Force of Will, Force of Negations, you know, Dazes, you know, whatever. It's like the ultimate fucking fuck you card. It can still pass the dark back to your opponent too. See, this card does it all. It slices, it dices. Gonna be going for the Return to the Link to the Past speedrun with that one. Yeah, coveted. This card is not good. Let me just put that out there right now. Like the other cards that we mentioned in white that I got excited about, Unyielding Gatekeeper, I believe to be a genuinely good card that I think is I am very excited about. I think that I like the way it plays. It looks nice. The Coveted Falcon is just something we're going to build. This is like on the same level. This is more on a similar level to like Agency Outfitter in my wanting to play it than to the Elephant Cleric here. But this seems fun as fuck. And that's what it's about, right? If you're not having fun playing Magic, what the fuck are you doing, you know? The closest thing to that in Standard would probably be passing an Archfiend of the Dross with 1 counter. Yeah, that would be definitely a way to do it. 100%. I like that. But then again, why aren't you just winning with your Archfiend? Like, don't overcomplicate it. Once again, it's like you don't want extra steps. Like, that's kind of like the Unraveler problem, you know? It's like, I could just give them this Archfiend. I was like, well, yeah, but also you could just attack with the Archfiend, you know? It's like maybe a good backup play. All right, Crime Stopper Sprite. 2 and a blue, 2/2. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. It's got flying. When this enters the battlefield, tap target creature. If evidence was collected, put a stun counter. Nah, it's not worth it. Well, okay, it's still 2/2 fire for 3. That's fine. You do want my extra, that's fair. I play this game to take them. I would like to take another game action, please. You passing all your lands and hoping to get them back is fine, but passing an almost tapped out Dross is too. It's not complicated. It's the fact that like. You've added a step to the process that makes the later steps unnecessary. Now, my whole deck idea might be unnecessary in itself, but the way that we have constructed it, it's got to work that way for the deck to function. But the way that it works with Archfiend is like, well, yeah, if you know, you do that with the Falcon. But it's like, at the same time, there's already an Archfiend in play. I put it in play 3 turns ago. What have I been doing with it? I could be attacking you with it. If I'm not attacking you with it, what am I doing, you know? So because the Archfiend was introduced to the process, it polluted the environment and it tainted it. Whereas without the Archfiend, it's pure, it's pristine, it's ripe for the Falcon to magpie all my lands away. It's just, I don't know, it's just math. That's just the math. What can I say? All right, anyways, Cryptic Coat, 2 and a blue, artifact equipment. When this enters the battlefield, cloak the top card of your library, then add Cryptic Coat to it. Okay, this is new. So cloak a card, put it onto the battlefield face down as a 2/2. Oh. I didn't know that this was in here. Okay. So I knew we were getting Morph Senior or whatever. Like, and I already knew that like they had done some other stuff with Megamorph. Megamorph. Big Morph? I don't fucking know. Anyways, I knew there had already been one different riff on Morph. I wasn't really playing during that time, but I knew it existed. But I wasn't playing during Manifest either. But this is like Manifest Morph, right? So you're making the same creature. The Manifests, could you flip up Manifested cards if they were creatures? I guess you could, right? I guess you could. So this is like they combined Meg the Morph. There you go. Yeah. So they did the power creep with the manifest too. Okay. Anyways, I got distracted. So when it comes into play, you manifest top card and then put this on it. This gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked, and you can return this to your hand. So on the surface, it's a 3/2 unblockable for 3. Yeah, this is rare. This is rare. Yeah, this one's gotta be a rare. That's pretty good in limited. This is a very good limited card. Is it good enough in constructed? Probably not. Probably not. Good limited card though. All right, Curious Inquiry. Oh, okay. So it's a little bit watered down of like a magpie effect. So it gets +1/+1 whenever it deals combat damage to a player. Investigate. That's fair. That's fair. I like that. There have been some pretty sick decks with these types of effects over the past couple of years, and having a more watered down version I think is just fine. Just dandy. Deduce. 1 in the blue for an instant, draw a card, investigate. I like it. This is basically Think Twice with flashback of 2 generic, right? You know, small differences. If they counter the front side of this, you don't get the back side. You have an artifact in play for artifacty shenanigans. You know, if you don't need the second card, you can sack the artifact to something else. You know, whatever. But like the baseline is on whatever turn you need it. You just pay 2, cycle a card, and whenever you have 2 again, you cycle it again. Except you didn't spend a card, so you're a card up. This seems fine. I like this constructed, limited, whatever. It's never going to be amazing, but it'll be playable, I think we've not reached the time where like shaving a card or a mana off the back end of Think Twice would not make it a decently good card. Dramatic Accusation. 2 in a blue. It's an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When this enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its untap step. Shuffle enchanted creature into its owner's library. Okay. I mean, this is good blue removal. Yeah, this seems good for blue. So the big thing with blue is like sometimes these tap effects or these the creature doesn't untap effects don't tap the creature. This one does. So it checks that box. It also checks that box for like, obviously if it's tapped and the activated ability includes a tap symbol, it gets around that rather well. But if it either has an activated ability that doesn't include tapping, or if it has a static ability, this card kind of misses in a lot of its iterations. But sometimes they say, you know, can't activate abilities on it. So I don't remember one off the top of my head that says like, you know, triggers for this card wouldn't trigger for like statics or whatever. But even then, not all statics trigger. This just like gets rid of the problem. No matter what it is, it could be an activated ability without a tap symbol. It could be a static. It could be like a triggered. It doesn't matter. You just put that bitch in the library and see if they can get lucky enough to draw it again. Yeah, not a constructible card, but as a limited card, I think that's fine blue removal. I like that quite a bit. All right, Eliminate the Impossible. 1 in a blue for an instant. Investigate. So this one starts with the investigation. So I don't know why, but the ordering of the cards does matter. So I don't know why the draw card, then investigate, is different than like investigate than the rest of the card on this one, but I'm sure there's some corner case where it probably makes sense. Eliminate the Impossible says investigate creatures your opponents control get -2, -0 until the end of the turn. If any of them are suspected, they're no longer suspected. Okay. So thinking back, suspected means that it has menace and cannot block. So you're kind of slowing their tempo down in multiple ways. You're blanking. This is like a fog most of the time. It can also lead into some blowout combats. And it also gets rid of suspected on a creature. isn't unsuspecting a downside. Not really. It depends on where you are in the game state. So, being suspected has a plus and a minus. Being a suspected gives menace and also makes it so I can't block. So, yeah. So it has menace. So that's the upside. So removing the menace is probably better in the blue deck than letting it block. Whereas, like, you know, if you're in a racing situation, it might be worse because you wouldn't want them to then be able to block. But yeah, that's the double-edged sword. But I think most of the time this is going to be the better part of that interaction for blue. I like this card. I think this card's good. It depends on what blue's board presence looks like, but man, this could lead to some pretty big swings when you're in a racing situation. So not terrible. Just as a combat trick, it's like not bad. Like, you know, giving all your creatures +1/+1 until end of turn is often pretty good at 2 mana. And if you think about it, this is blue's version of that. The blue's not going to get +1/+1, but and it's not going to get -1/-1 either, to be honest with you. But in a lot of situations, you know, if a 2/2 blocks a 2/2 and a 3/3 blocks a 3/3, doesn't really matter. Like +1/+1 or -2/-2. Or -2/-0 rather, excuse me. It's all the same thing. Like the person who plays the trick, those trades work for them, or those blocks work for them. And if you're not playing the trick, then you just got 2 for 1, right? So I think it's a fine card for limited, not constructible at all. Exit Specialist is up next. 1 in a blue for a 2/1. So this is another 2 mana 2/1 for blue, but this one's uncommon. Exit Specialist can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. It's also got Disguise for 2 to flip it up. And whenever this is turned face up, return another target creature to its owner's hand. I like the white version of this card a lot more than this. Yeah, the white 1-drop cat or whatever it was. I was really excited for that one. The Forum Familiar. And this one goes back to the hand even, but I think starting out as a 1 mana play, I think just being able to do this in the face of like a removal spell is like some sort of interaction. Also, I think just being in a more aggressive color. I think for all those reasons, I like the cat more than the Exit Specialist. Although the combat on Exit Specialist, I don't know. The combat on the combat ability of not being able to block by 3 or greater is, just it is what it is. It's on the card, but you can bounce their shit. So this does do a reasonable, if not slow, Mana War impression. Whereas the white card can't do that. It can only be used to bounce your own stuff in response to like a trick or something. So this is a better tempo card than I was giving it credit for. I kind of familiarized it to the white card, right? Or similarized to the white card. So pretty different card. I like it as a Mana War. Okay, Fey Flight. 1 in a blue. For another aura, flash, enchant creature. When this enters the battlefield, enchanted creature gains hexproof until end of turn. This creature also gets +1/+0, and gains flying. I mean, we've seen like a lot of this type of effect recently. Like it's an aura, but it has flash. It gives hexproof. So you're using a response to a removal spell. So it kind of like is the meta, the downside of playing enchant creatures is their, weakness to single target removal. This kind of turns it on its head and says, oh, in response to your removal spell, I'm going to use my aura to save my creature. Now who's winning, This one gives evasion, which is pretty nice. It's going to be, a lot of these are good enough for limited anyways. This one's going to be no different. This is still not a card we're going to construct with. So moving on to Forensic Gadgeteer. 2 in a blue for a 2/3. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, investigate. Activated abilities of artifacts you control cost 1 less to activate. This effect can't reduce the mana cost in that cost to less than 1 mana. Yeah. So you play a 1-drop artifact. To get the card back out of it, you have to pay 1. But let's say you had a bunch of 0-drop artifacts in your deck that also produce 1 mana. Right? You're just going. You're just fucking going. I don't know. Because does C play in older formats? Probably not. But, you know, it's fun to think about. So, I don't think this is going to... I don't think this is going to be a strong player in Standard. It's going to be great in Limited. Obviously, anytime you're getting this much advantage, as long as you have enough artifacts to support this, this is going to be a great little engine in Limited. Okay, Forensic Researcher is 2 and a blue for a 1/3 Merfolk. There's their Merfolk detectives. Tap it to untap another target permanent you control, or tap and collect evidence 3. Tap target creature you don't control. That's a fine limited card. It's weird. We see this in green sometimes as like a way to get like a ramp creature. You like untap a land like a Kiora's Explorer, maybe Kiora's something. That was actually a blue-green version. So like having this in blue is not unreasonable. It's most often a green card though. And then the ability to tap something down, that's definitely more on the blue side of the spectrum with the collect evidence. This is a fine limited card. It's not a constructible card. Furtive Courier, 2 and a blue for a 3/2. It's a Merfolk Advisor. Can't be blocked as long as you sacrifice an artifact this turn. When this attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. So if you have enough clues going, this can be pretty aggressive pretty quick. You play this on turn 3. Let's say turn 4, you fucking deduce, and then you just immediately pop the clue, get in for 3. You know, you're off to the races. You've gotten your cards, so you can set up for next turn. You're starting the clock on your opponent, and then hopefully you. Sorry about that. My wheels got caught up in the wires again, and out popped the mic cord. Okay, so like I was saying, you know, obviously you can't keep doing that. You need to provide some way to you know, stop your opponent from just winning the race. Like 3 a turn is not going to get you there if you're not defending at all. But as long as you're able to defend and have a constant stream of artifacts, this is just going to get you there. And multiple of these can be really good just out of nowhere, right? You just wait around on a couple of these bad boys just sitting in play, trade them off if you need to, but on a turn where your opponent expected to trade them off, they attack in, and all of a sudden you're like, nah, I'm not going to block. And then you smash them back for like 9 because you found an artifact to sack. Yeah. All right, Hot Shot Investigators. All right, when this enters the battlefield, this is 5 and a blue for a 4/4. Vidalcan Detective. Okay. When this enters the battlefield, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand if you control to investigate. That's really slow. That's really slow. God, it's so slow. All right, I don't like it. Intrude on the Mind. 3 blue for an instant. It's fucking mythic. It's got to be good. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library and separate them into 2 piles. An opponent chooses one of those piles. Put that pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. Okay. So it's reverse Fact or Fiction, which is infinitely worse than the way that Fact or Fiction is worded. But you also get a 0/0 color stop their artifact creature token with flying, then put a +1/+1 counter on it for each card put in your graveyard this way. So for 1 extra mana, you get the worse wording on Fact or Fiction, plus you get some amount of flying action. That's pretty good. That's really good. So you can guarantee this thing be a 3/3. They can't give you a separated 2-stack pile of 5 cards in which one of the piles doesn't contain at least 3 cards, right? So You can either take a 3/3 with 2 mediocre cards. You can take a 2/2 with 3 good. Like it does make it interesting for your opponents to split, right? Because you can't, like, normally in Fact or Fiction, like if you had one card that was abundantly powerful than the other cards, you just split it 4-1, right? And the opponent could either just take 4 shitty cards, and that was sometimes the mind game. Like, if I already had that one card, you know, and you don't know I have it, obviously I just take the other 4, and I already have that card that you were so worried about, and you're probably going to lose in the next couple turns. But more often than not, I had to just take that one card, and I basically spent, you know, 4 mana to look 5 deep, and if I found that card, put it in my hand, which is fine. But, you know, it's just one of the many ways Fact or Fiction can play out. But in that scenario now, like, what do you do as the opponent where it's like, fuck, you know, not only am I splitting this 4-1 because I don't want him to have that card, he's still going to get that card, but he's not going to get any other value. But then he gets a 4/4 flyer. Yeah, that seems... It seems good. Oh, no, right. I forgot it was reverse fetch. So what I said is still true, but now your opponent... Okay, let me reevaluate. Because now what I'm saying is instead of the least it's going to be is a 3/3, the least it's going to be, or the most it's going to be is a 2/2, right? Because your opponent picks. So, yeah, how would that work? Like, if let's say I split the piles 4-1. I know what it's still bluffing situation. It's just different. I don't know why. Like, as soon as I read the stuff about the flyer, my brain flipped back to Fact or Fiction, and the rest of my evaluation was based on that. So let's say that your opponent's afraid of 1 card, right? So you know that they should be scared of that 1 card, so you split it 4-1. Your opponent can either give you that 1 card and a 4/4, or not give you that card and you only get a 1/1. So that's not a good way to do it. So you would want to be more tricksy with it and put the... God, what would you do in that situation? You put the good card with 2 other cards? Because then when they gave you the 2 cards, which don't include your good card, you'd get a 3/3? Or would you even do a... Is it ever right to, like, just put a land by itself, put the other 4 cards, and just say, all right, you know, give me a 4/4 or a 4/4 flyer and a land, or give me the card I want? That's an interesting card. I don't know. I'll have to see this one see play. I feel this is strong enough to see play 100%. At 5 mana, like, yeah, I don't know. It's got to compete with a lot of 4 mana instants. You know, the one with flashback that escapes me right now. Coming to mind is the most. But that one is gonna cycle like next year. I don't know. I think this will see play, if not right away, eventually. That was a weird one to think about. Hopefully, everybody else's brains melted when they read that card the first time too, and it's not just me. But I'm also reading that at like 1:15 in the morning after having a sip or 2. So don't judge me, motherfucker. All right. On to Jaded Analyst. 1 and a blue for a 3/2 with Defender. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, this loses Defender and gains Vigilance. I never like cards like this. Not loving life. Living Conundrum. 4 and a blue for a 2/5 Elemental with Hexproof. If you draw a card while your library has no cards in it, skip that draw instead. Okay. Wait. Okay. I just want to point out, for 5 mana, if you draw a card, you just skip it. For 2 mana, you know, you just if your library is empty and you play it, just win the game. Just Thassa's Oracle is just a fucked up Magic card. I don't know what they were thinking. But anyways, 2/5 Hexproof. If you draw a card, your library has no cards, just skip it. As long as there are no cards in your library, this has base power and toughness 10/10. Okay, so it's gonna win the game, but it's still slower than Thassa's Oracle, and it's 5 fucking mana. So let's be honest. What are we doing? That being said, there's another card that I'm going to be playing with. I love that it's only an uncommon. This could come up in limited. How great would that be? How great is it going to be when this is like a way that limited games play out? I'm here for that. I like it. This is a win. Lost in the Maze, blue X for an enchantment with flash. When this enters the battlefield, tap X target creatures, put a stun counter on each of those creatures you don't control. Tap creatures you control effects. I see what they did there. Okay. So if they play a removal spell and you have 3 mana up, this is basically counter spell, right? So your creature has flash, or excuse me, your creature has hexproof, and all you had to do is tap it. It does prevent you from blocking, even, without, if they remove a creature like pre-combat or something, this doesn't save you from dying to a combat step. But other than that, for the most part, it saves a creature from removal as a 3 mana counter spell, like a cancel, and then also it can end some games. You can use it for an Alpha Strike as your own, where they all have stun counter, so they won't be able to swing back. You get 2 attacks if you play this on your turn. You can also do this if they play an unexpected, like flash or haste threat. Rather, you can flash it in on their turn. You still get 2 attacks in that scenario. It's not a great card, right? It's not a great card. It's gonna be clunky a lot of the time, but it's pretty good limited card. Constructed card, not really, because you don't really have creatures really in your blue decks that you really want to save. So then this just becomes like a slow ass fall, right? But yeah, in limited it's pretty good. Mistway Spy. 1 blue for a 1/1 flyer with disguise for a blue and a colorless. When this is turn face up until end of turn, whenever a creature you control does combat damage to a player, investigate. Oh, I like that. I like that. There was another card that kind of did that. It is very similar to... I swear it was, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm lying. Oh, I was thinking of Curious Inquiry, I think. Yeah, I think I was thinking of Curious Inquiry. Okay. So they've gotten kind of a way of doing it with the straight up draw card. But this is also when any creature connects. So if this is outclassed and can't get through, but you can get through to something else. On the turn that's flipped up, you still get to draw the card. That being said, you only draw the card. Well, you only investigate the once. It's not like every turn. I don't know, just a 1/1 flyer for 1 though, like that can be played as a 2/2. Any upside on this is fine. It doesn't have to be all that much to be great. This thing's good. Out cold, 3 and a blue for an instant. This spell can't be countered. Tap up 2 target creatures and put a stun counter on each of them. Investigate. I don't like it. It's dirtily. It's too dirtily and limited for me. I like the dirtle and constructed, but I like to be proactive and limited, and this card is not that. Proft's Eidetic Memory. Okay. 1 in the blue, legendary enchantment. Whenever this enters the battlefield, draw a card. You have no maximum hand size. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've drawn more than 1 card this turn, put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn -1. Why did that have to be legendary? I don't know. I have no idea why that had to be legendary, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess he can't have more than 1 memory, but yeah, just from a gameplay perspective, it just seems weird. But what do I know? All right. Projector Inspector. Okay. 2 and a blue for a 3/2. Whenever this or another detective enters the battlefield under your control, and whenever a detective you control is turned face up, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. 3/2 for 3 that loots by itself. Pretty mediocre. You'd have to have a lot of detectives come into play and or flip up. But if your deck is that's a thing that your deck does. Like 3 mana 3/2, 3 mana 3/2 is not terrible. It's not great though either, to be honest with you. You feel bad if you have to trade this off for a 2-drop. You'd feel much happier if it was a T3 in those situations. But this also, sometimes gets to trade for value as a 3-2 into a 3-3 that like a 2-3 couldn't. So it's not the worst stat line in the world. And the ability, it can go hard. So yeah, I think in the right deck, this is probably pretty good. In limited. Once again, not a constructible card. Reasonable Doubt. 1 in the blue for an instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. Suspect up to 1 target creature. It's got menace and can't block. Sure. I mean, it's, not. Oh, here. Oh, no. Oh, no. I got a little spoiler. Let's see. All right. So, reenact the crime. 1 blue, blue, blue. Cryptic command mana. Instant. Exile target non-land card in a graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Copy it. You may cast that copy without paying its mana cost. Exile target non-land card in a graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Copy it. You may cast a copy without paying its mana. Now this seems exploitable. This seems good. I mean, the mana cost is prohibitive, right? The mana cost is prohibitive. But, like, there's a lot of ways to loot. So, let's just say you play, you have something on the board that lets you draw discard for free. I'm sure that effect exists in Standard, but I can't be bothered to think of what that might be. Maybe you even play mana to do. Maybe it's like a clue token you got from something or another, right? Or not a clue, but a blood token, right? So, like, for 5 mana, you draw discard. You discard your Enter the Infinite or whatever the fuck it's called. The multiverse, the fucking multiverse card, whatever. Like Portal to Phyrexia. And then all of a sudden, you pop this bad boy in, pop it back into play. And then off to the races you go. This card seems build aroundable. This is a card we'll build around for sure. I like this a lot. It's the mana cost is that's very prohibitive. You got to be heavy blue, but I think that's doable. All my world to see a reprint of Careful Study, but they won't do that to us. Okay, on to Steam Core Scholar. 2 in a blue for a 2/2 with flying and the Vig. Whenever this enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an instant or sorcery card or a creature with flying. Yeah. So, that's just value. That's all? What you mean? What you mean that's all? That's good. It's a good card. It's I love that it's a weird detective too. That looks really cool. So, on turn 3, instant speed reanimator for 4 mana. It's instant speed reanimator for 5 mana though, right? Because like I couldn't think of a card to do it for free. I'm sure it exists, but like it's good. It's really good. I don't know. Maybe I undersold that. Like I think it's a very good card. I think I'm gonna play with it. Not even counter their Atraxa, get your own. Oh, is it any graveyard? Oh. I mean, okay, that makes it even better. I didn't realize it was any graveyard. To be fair, I was thinking about setting it up on your own. I didn't realize you could play Counter Wars and pop off with this. That makes it even better. Yeah. The fact that it's their stuff too. Look, I told you it's 1:30 in the morning and I've been sipping a little bit. My card reading is suffering more than my card evaluation, I think. I identified the card as powerful. But you're right. It has more applications than I even gave it credit for. And that is a way to do it for free. A Planeswalker is a perfect example of this card being busted. Because attacking a Planeswalker down is a way for you to not have to spend additional mana and still get something really good. So you're taking away something good from your opponent by attacking, killing a Planeswalker, and then you're getting back your Planeswalker or their Planeswalker and being able to uptick it probably. That's a very, very good use of the card. So we have 3 distinct possible paths for this thing. One is just using it kind of like I had intended, right? Kind of just set up your own big thing, get it into the graveyard. The other way you could do it is more dependent on your opponent, right? So with the Planeswalker example or the Atraxa example, the problem with having it in those scenarios, although it does add additional levels and layers to the card, I don't think you play this card for that purpose, if that makes sense. Because, like, yeah, it sounds great when I counter your Atraxa and then I play this for 7 mana or whatever. I've still spent 2 cards for you not to have an Atraxa and me to have an Atraxa. Now I get some value off the Atraxa. But the problem is I'm counting on you having a thing that's worth me doing that. Whereas if, like, let's say I play against Mono Red, like, what do? Counter their 2-drop they played on turn 7 and then play this? Like, no, because they've killed me by turn 7. So I think if you're going to do this, it's hard to put counter spells in your deck, because I think the way you have to build this, it has to be proactive, because I don't want to depend on my opponent to have the shit that I want to then bring back. So even though it is a graveyard, not your graveyard, the more I'm thinking about this as I'm contextualizing it, it will come up from time to time, and when it does, it's going to feel awesome that you can get things out of either graveyard. But most often, because I'm not going to want to depend on my opponent, I'm not going to put cards in my deck that depending on my opponent, which is going to make it actually pretty hard for me to then create the opportunity to get stuff out of their graveyard. I think the more consistent way to do it is to be the master of your own destiny. You discard the Atraxa, you discard the Enter the Infinite, you discard the Beseech the Multiverse, you discard the Portal to Phyrexia. You know, whatever it is you want to do, you just put in your deck. But yeah, I don't know. The way that I will probably build it is more similar to my initial gut reaction. But you're right. I sold the card short a little bit by not realizing it was any graveyard. But to be fair, I was still committed to building around it sight unseen, even on my first read through. So, cheers. All right, so back to Steam Core Scholar. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 flying Vig. When it enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 unless you discard an instant sorcery or a creature with flying. This card seems good. I mean, it's not the best creature in the world, but that's a lot of value. 2/2 flying Vigilance is, I think, still decent enough value for 3 mana to be, I don't know, it's a hard spot in Standard. 3 mana for 2 toughness in Standard is just not great, because you're just going to lose to, like, a Play with Fire or something. Maybe it would be like a sideboard card. I don't know. It's probably not constructible. Yeah, I think 2 toughness is just too bad for 3 mana. Nah, I'm off it. If it was like flying hexproof instead of flying vigilance or something, I don't know. All right, sudden setback. 2 blue for an instant. The owner of target spell or non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library. They choose, right? I'm pretty sure they choose in those scenarios. It's fine. It's just okay. Surveillance Monitor, 3 and a blue, 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, you may collect evidence 4. Whenever you collect evidence, create a 1/1 colorless stopped or artifact creature token with flying. So you play it for 4. It's a 3/3 by itself. If you already have 4 mana worth of shit in the graveyard, you also get a 1/1. If you then find some other way to collect some evidence, you get another additional 1/1 every time you do that. If there's enough good collect evidence stuff, this is like anything, as we've learned from previous limited formats, any card that, like, you know, repetitively poops out 1/1 flyers just is normally pretty good in, like, the blue control-y decks. And I don't see any reason for this to be any different. Like, you're throughout the game going to be able to collect evidence pretty regularly as things trade off, as you play spells, you know, that sort of thing. So just having a repeatable source of little 1/1 flying duders seems fine. Once again, we're not constructing with that. Unauthorized Exit. 1 in the blue for an instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Surveil 1. Sure. 2 mana bounce is not great, but Surveil 1 gives it a little bit of extra oomph, and you know, it is what it is. On to black. I don't know if we're getting through the whole set tonight. I feel like we're probably not, but we'll do black and see where we're at. Agency Coroner, 4 and a black for a 3/6. It's an Ogre Cleric. 2 and a black, sacrifice another creature, draw a card. If the sacrificed creature was suspected, draw 2 cards instead. Seems like a lot of work. 3 mana is a lot. It is an instant speed, but what are you holding up that 3 mana for? The moment like it gets to the end of your turn and you are like, okay, they didn't kill my creature, I'll draw a card or something, then they'll carry your creature. So yeah, that seems shitty. Alley Assailant, 2 and a black for a 3/3. This enters the battlefield tapped. It's got Disguise for 6. Whenever this is turned face up, target opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. That is not the sort of effect that I want. I want a large lad. I want a creature that will win combat from now until the end of the game, even if that's 7 turns from now, right? I don't want a creature that flips up for like an immediate little burst of damage, because that doesn't do enough to get it through on the following turns to finish them off. And I don't want to rely on this to finish my game. This is not aggressive enough. At 3 mana 3/3, this is not aggressive enough. Coming into play tap, if this would be interesting. If this were, where are my large lads at? Exactly. If this were, you know, they've printed a couple of these in the last couple of sets, like a 3/2 for 2 that comes into play tapped. And that card's normally pretty shitty, right? It's just outclassed by all the uncommon and rare 3/2s that, like, they've printed some ridiculous 2 mana cards. So 3/2 that comes into play tapped, pretty shitty. So adding 1 additional toughness to make this a 3 mana come into play tapped play, a 3/3, is just horrible. And the ability to nug them for 3 damage out of nowhere on turn 6, that's not it. That's not it. If this were a 2 mana 3/2, maybe it would be like aggressive enough that that if it's still around, it would just be, you know, a disguise. Like you draw 1 later in the game, you play it onto 3, you disguise it. Like as it is, this is like, I guess the comes into play tapped is to incentivize you to disguise it as a 2/2. You have to choose between a 2/2 untapped and a 3/3 tapped. If it was just a 3/3, you just always played as a 3/3 early. So I guess I get the design space. I just don't like it. I think it's just not a good card. It's not a good card. Barbed Servitor, 3 and a black for a 1/1. Indestructible. You can't even destruct it. When this enters the battlefield, suspect it. Okay, so you turn it, it's its own suspect right off the top. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and you lose a life. Whenever this is dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. Ooh. Okay. So this is like a it's like a stuffy doll magpie combo mix up thing. That's pretty sexy. So they can't really attack into it, so if you choose to just sit back and have it be like a roadblock, great. If you want to get more aggressive, then, you know, draw some cards. That's pretty good. Oh, no, it can't block unless you... I thought it was optional to suspect it. Never mind, it can't block. So, okay. So it's when it comes into play, it's only magpie mode. If you get unsuspected, probably a limited bomb. Yeah, I agree. In limited, it's probably just fine anyways. Like, if you have enough, if you're a controlling enough deck, this is a win condition. I mean, if I first pick this, I'm just drafting every removal spell I see. I'm just trying to kill everything you play, and I'm just using this to eventually overwhelm you in card advantage and win the game. I don't care if it can't block. I just kill everything, and then I just use it to keep the cards flowing. That being said, if the suspected part was optional, I think this would be obviously a lot better card. Maybe too good at that point. So, because yeah, Stuffy Doll was 5 mana 0/1, but like we're like a long number of years off from Stuffy Doll. So I don't think it would be unreasonable to be able to block with a 1/1 indestructible for 4 that had that ability in a color. It's not colorless, in a color. It's limited to black. I don't know. Anyways, interesting limited card. Probably not constructing. I'll probably try and make it work in constructed, to be honest, but probably won't work. You took a stuffy doll to game day once. Nice. Basilica Stalker, 5 and a black for a 3/4 vampire detective. You love to see the different detectives. I like this. All the different types might have their problems with one another, but they all band together to solve the mystery. I don't know. Probably they're all detecting different cases, but you know, in my head, that's how it's playing out. It wasn't good. Womp womp. All right, this particular vampire is flying, as most do, but not all. When it deals combat damage to a player, you gain 1 life and surveil 1. It also has disguise for 5. Nah, I'd prefer not to have a 6 mana 3/4 flyer. With upside, but no, thank you. Case of the Gorgon's Kiss, 1 black mana. When this enters the battlefield, destroy up to 1 target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Okay. To solve, 3 or more creature cards were put into graveyards from anywhere this turn. Okay. So so this is an example. You attack first, then you play this. The 2 things die. You play this, finish off something else that blocked, that didn't die. That's your 3rd creature. So you solve it the same turn it comes into play. This case is a 4/4 Gorgon creature with Death Touch and Lifelink in addition to its other types. Oh yeah, this is a great limited card. It's gonna sit dead in your hand sometimes, but like, this is a card that your opponents have to think about. Like every turn, as soon as you start attacking with 2 creatures, they have to think about this for the rest of the game, right? Some combination of like combat tricks for X -1 mana, where X is the number of mana you have, and then this at post combat. I mean, you can engineer a spot in which this is just a 4/4 Death Touch Lifelink early in the game, where some of their shit just traded off, and the one thing they thought didn't trade off, you just killed with this for 1 mana. This card's really good. You build your deck around it, obviously. This is not a card you can just take and put into any deck. It's funny, is if you're not in this deck, you're probably going to see these pass by like 5th, 6th pick, and you're like, why am I not in a position to take this? But you can't really move in for this, I don't think, if the seat's not open other than that. Other than seeing this. But like, then when you are in an opportunity to draft this, you're never going to see one of these like 6th or 7th pick or whatever. At least if you're me. Other people that I watch on the internet, they find themselves in situations like that, but not me, not this lad. But yeah, I think this card's good. The fact that you play it in the same turn, it can now be a 4/4 Death Touch Lifelinker. Stupid. Case of the Stashed Skeleton, 1 and a black. When this enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 black skeleton creature token and suspect it. Okay, so all of a sudden you've got for 2 mana, you got a 2/2 menace can't block creature. Not a bad starting point. To solve, you control no suspected skeletons. So either it can die or you can unsuspect it, either one. And after it's solved, you pay 2 mana, sacrifice this, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Well, fuck. I mean, that's not bad. Like, it's undersized for a 2 mana creature. But on the back end, you just get demonic tutors. So, I mean, how bad can it be? It might sneakily be like a good control card. Anytime you have a tutor, it's probably better in like combo or control than it is aggro. Anyways, but like aggro, it's funny because you can always have like that one of game winner that like if you can consistently get it. But like, 2 power blocks a lot of the better 2 mana threats. A lot of the better 2 mana threats are like 2/2s or 3/2s. So the fact that this is a 2/1 doesn't matter a lot on defense. Yeah, I guess it does. Once again, the suspect is not optional. So it's definitely got to be slated for more aggressive decks. Is it worth it to give up a point of power? Would you ever play this over like a fucking what's his name? Tenacious Underdog or some similar 3 power 2 mana creature, right? Would you ever play this instead? Give a little bit of value up front to have the ability to demonic tutor on the back end. I honestly don't think so, which is sad to say, but I really don't. I think it's a sexy card, but I think it's just too weak as a 2/1. It's got menace though. Yeah, 2 mana, 2 power that gets through, or 3 power that just trades. Honestly, that's not as bad. Yeah, I think this card's good. All right, I've gone full circle. I'm back to I like it. I'm back on. Obviously it's an aggressive card because of the suspect thing. That's been the hardest thing for me to parse and really like contextualize in the set so far. It's been that damn suspect. So what kind of like one of would you really want to like? Maybe just like that sounds stupid. I don't even know if it's in standard. I think it is. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. But like, just a one of corrupt in your mono black kind of aggressive deck that runs 4 of these. It just fuck it. This thing died. I've got some mana laying around. Pop this off. Next turn, I'm just gonna corrupt you in the face for 6 or 7. You know, that'll win some games. Is that the best thing you can do? Almost definitely not. As level 1 thinking goes, that doesn't sound like the worst idea in the world to me. You know, like you're basically spending 1 spot for the corrupt, and then you're spending the 4 slots on questionable 2-drops, we'll say, right? There's probably more straightforward aggressive threats, but the little bit of evasion goes a long way as well. I don't know. All right, Cerebral Confiscation. 2 and a black. Choose 1. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Or target opponent reveals their hand. You choose. Okay, so this is a reprint of a different card that I can't think of. I feel like we've seen this at 3 mana before. It's like Mind Rot and not Contagion. Both of these cards exist at 3 mana by themselves, but I feel like we've seen them combined before. If not, it feels pretty natural. It feels natural enough that I think I've seen it before. It's a fine limited card. I always like to play a Mind Rot and limited when available. It's another one of those cards that just, you know, sometimes it's going to sit dead in your hand. Sometimes it's going to absolutely demolish your opponent. So, Clandestine Meddler. 2 and a black for a 3/2 vampire rogue. When this enters the battlefield, suspect up to 1 target creature you control. Whenever 1 or more suspected creatures you control attack, surveil 1. This is fine limited card if you're aggressive, right? You play your 2-drop, they play a creature, you play this, you suspect it, so then they can't block. You get in for 2, you surveil for 1. Yeah, that seems solid. It seems like this is worth the underpowered kind of 3/2 for 3, because it's you know, you're hoping to curve out 2 and a 3, so this is working with the 2-drop you played. Deadly Cover Up, 3 black for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may collect evidence 6, destroy it. They put 2 in here? God damn. All right, so everything I said about the White Wrath, just go watch that rant and just like same shit on this run as well. I don't feel like talking about it again. I'm disappointed, Watsy. Destroy all creatures. If evidence was collected, exile a card from an opponent's graveyard, then search the owner's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with the same name as the exiled card. That player shovels and draws a card for each exile from their hand this way. Did these 2 effects really need to go together? I mean, okay, to be fair, like, one's normally a you know, for creatures, one's normally for combo, but like in older format, not like old, like not vintage and shit, not legacy, but like modern, a lot of the combos are creature based. You've got your Heliod combo, you've got like a lot of collected company shit. So like killing their board presence and also removing a key part of their combo in 1 card. Peanut butter and chocolate auto. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I like this one more than the white one because at least it seems like it's not just like a rebranded Wrath. It's like it's a unique take on it that does not feel here just to fulfill a quota. It does not feel like it's here just because of the set mechanic. It actually does something very unique using a set mechanic. I like this one. I retract somewhat of my previous statement. All I will say is, like, if they had this one and this one feels so good and natural, they didn't also need the white, like, boilerplate one. You know what I mean? Like, just have this one and this would have been fine. Fuck. Anyways, I like this card. This card seems good. Well, like, it's never dead. It's a card where it's like, if you just need sideboard spots, it's worse than Cranial Extraction. It's worse than Damnation. But, like, hey, I've only got one slot. Sometimes I need one, sometimes I need the other. Well, I'll just throw one of these in here, you know? So, yeah, I think there's a place in Magic for cards like this. Like, you give up a little bit of efficiency for a little bit of for some options, right? In the late 40s, there was a guy named Gelato who asked, do these really go together to Tom Reese's? Please don't fact check any of that. I mean, I was going to straight up believe you. Straight up believe you. And the gelato in there just fits so well. I loved it. All right, so Deadly Cover-Up, fine. I like that it exists. Is it any good? No, I don't think so, but whatever. Extract a Confession. 1 in the black for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. If evidence was collected instead, each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power. Okay. Sorcery is hurtful on this, but I guess that's what the collect evidence is for. Yeah, as an edict effect, this seems fine. I like it. Fester Leech, 1 mana, 1/1. It's a zombie leech. Whenever Fester Leech does combat damage to a player, you mill 2. Ooh. Interesting. Could this be playable in large lads? Probably not. Like, it only... Okay, so, like, here's the thing. You play it on turn 1. You've got 2 mana on turn 2 to threaten to pump it so they don't block it. So you get in, you mill 2 cards. Like, that's, like, the same thing as playing the fairy that when it comes into play, you mill 2. But, like, after that, you're not getting in with this again, probably. You know? And then, like, the fairy still gets in for 1. If it dies, you get a draw card. It flies. If it gets milled to other things, there's value. If this gets milled, there's no value other than it being a creature, I guess. But I think I'll stick with the fairy as the 1-drop of choice. Homicide Investigator, 1 in the black for a 2/2. It's a rare human detective. Okay. So whenever 1 or more non-token creatures you control die, investigate. This ability triggers only once each turn. It's not great. I mean, it's like an aristocracy kind of card. It's not wrath protection because even if all your creatures die, you only get 1 token. I think there's better black 2-drops. I think I'd rather run the conditional demonic tutor than this, to be honest. Hunted Bone Brute, 2 in a black for a 6/2 skeleton beast. It's got menace as well. Ooh. Don't mind if I do have my 6 power menace creature. Whenever this enters the battlefield, target opponent creates 2/1. I see what you did there, Wizards. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. That's foul. You get my hopes up like that, you're like, ooh, that's a big bit. Oh, I'm just going, you got to block with 2 creatures. Oh, we just give you the 2 creatures. Okay. It's fine. I mean, that's fine. Like, they're going to block it, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, we're just going to have them lose 3 life. Bootleg Leroy Jenkins. Yeah. So, I guess the disguise gets around this, though, right? So, you play it as a 2/2, and then you flip it up as a... Wait. Why isn't that... What's the downside here, then? I didn't read the disguise down at the bottom. So, on turn 3, It doesn't have haste anyway, so who gives a fuck that you play? Like, I got to spend 2 more mana on it, but who gives a fuck? Like, on turn 3, I played as a 2/2 with Menace, and then on turn 4, I just flip it up. You don't get the tokens, and then I smash you for 6. Yo! Ripping shit by Moonshot with the raid. What's going on, Ripping Ship? Good old Cawthon coming in hot. How was the stream tonight, my friend? Huge shout out to this guy right here. Ripping shit by Moonshot, a.k.a. Cawthon. Set review. You reviewed all the pictures today. You got to be ready. You got to be ready, locked and loaded, so you know when you flipping through stuff. Look, man, I'm so impressed. You be sliding it out just like a little corner. You're like, oh, yeah, that's the ultimate art fucking foil, showcase, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all he did was saw some red. Like, I remember that clip where you had that sneak and show, sneak attack. You had the sneak attacks back to back. And the first one, you like just had a little corner, and I'm like, I don't know, I think it's a red card. You're like, sneak and show, called it, and then you flip the next one as the other sneak attack. But yeah, you have to know the cards just by like a little smidge of the art, man. It's so fucking sick that you can do that. But anyways, we are talking about the set. Welcome in, everybody, by the way. Thanks for showing out. I hope y'all had fun over there cracking some packs today. Cawthon opened all the packs. Oh, so that's awesome. We're doing our set review. I haven't touched a Magic card in like a couple months, so we're in it to win it. We're seeing if we're going to come back for Murders at Carlisle Mansion. That's kind of what this is like a tentative. Is Otto coming back to Magic, or is he just like going to continue to play Zelda for like the next 3 months? So far, I'm somewhat intrigued. I'm not going to lie. So he knows all the Japanese ones of Strixhaven. Do you like the cards so far? Yeah, I mean, it's enough that I'm interested. There's a few. There's not I feel like the set's pretty shallow from a limited perspective, at least from White and Blue's perspective, and like half a black. I am feeling better. Not 100%, but good enough to stream tonight. I missed like the entire week of work. Like I went to work today. I missed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I went to work today. So not great. So hope everybody likes my like half translucent shirt, by the way. It's a completely blue shirt, so I got to work on the color filter for my green screen, but I thought it was kind of cool and fitting. Like I'm almost like I'm Spirit Detective Otto tonight. So as we dig into this set and see if I like it or not. When you scrub out of this set, are you at least going to switch to a different Zelda game? Oh, that's a good question, Sten. I don't know. Maybe. The answer to that is a solid maybe. All right, but anyways, we were just discussing Hunted Bone Brute here. And on the surface, without Disguise, I think this is a pretty mediocre card. But with Disguise, I think this card could actually be pretty good in some sort of aggressive deck. So, like, turn one... I can't think of a good one drop in black right now. The little grow guy that you pay mana into to get bigger later in the game. I don't know. Turn 2, like Tenacious Underdog or some other 3 power creature for 2 mana. And then turn 3, you play this thing as a 2/2. So turn 4, you flip it up and you're smacking for 6. I mean, it's the kind of card that I'm sure they tested and it looks better than it plays. Because, like, it's just one of those baity cards that's like, 6 power for 3 mana. Oh, look, there's a downside on it, though. Oh, but look, there's an upside that might get around a downside. It's that kind of circular logic where they're literally walking you through the thought process that you're going to have when you read the card. And I like that, to be honest with you. And it did work because I looked at it. I was like, oh, great. Oh, no. Oh, well, maybe. I don't know. So, what do you guys think? Is this card any good? I kind of think it might be fine in like a balls to the wall aggressive aggro deck. Imagine you play this on turn 3. Well, I guess that's Christmas Land a little bit. I was gonna say the 4-drop that like doubles all your damage from black sources, but like you can't flip this up and play that on turn 4. So it's turn 5 anyways, and like in that sort of deck, if you play that card on 4, you probably win on 4, honestly. Although they probably get played in the same sort of deck, just a very, very aggressive mono black deck. I don't know. I'll probably be playing with this one as well. If we are constructing with this set, I will want to see how good this card is. Illicit Masquerade, 3 and a black for an enchantment. If I drafted it in paper, I'd use it as a coaster sleeveless. Damn! That is a strong statement of disapproval, Stin. Hopefully you smash somebody about the face with them first, though. Only after the draft would you use it as a sleeveless coaster. All right, Illicit Masquerade, 3 and a black for an enchantment. It's got the flash. Whenever Illicit Masquerade enters the battlefield, put an imposter counter on each creature you control. All of a sudden, wait, an imposter counter. Never mind. I was thinking they were all suspects. Never mind. I was about to say all of a sudden they all have menace, but no, that's not the case. They're now imposters. Whenever a creature you control with an imposter counter on it dies, exile it. Return up to one other target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield? Okay. So, it's a weird card. But because of Flash, it's pretty interesting, right? Let's say you've got a couple of little shitters in play. And, like, things that are very good for things like this would be, like, Scrap Mutt, right? So, you play a little shitter, get something in the graveyard, and they look down, they're like, that's an Atraxa. That's a Portal to Phyrexia. You know, you got some big shit over there. And as long as you have 4 mana up, it's like, what are they going to do? They can't block your creature, so you're just chipping in with your little 2 2s and 2 3/3s or whatever. And like, they can't wrath you, they can't lightning bolt your creature, they can't really do anything. They have to race you. So like, it's so funny because you could actually play this deck without this card in it, just as like a fear factor thing, and save your opponent 4 slots. Now, they may eventually call your bluff and say, fuck it, I just gotta hope they don't have it. You know what I mean? So you probably want to have a couple in your deck just in case they grow some balls and play to Wrath anyways. But like, realistically, you know, you kind of put them in this damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. It's kind of it's a well-designed card. I kind of like it. We'll probably build with this. There have been quite a few like cards that I wanted to play constructed with. I haven't really liked what I've seen from the limited perspective so far, which kind of puts me in a weird spot because like, I only get the cards for constructed if I play the limited. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think we'll probably want to build around Bone Brute and Illicit Masquerade at some point in the standard format in which they're legal. It doesn't add up. 3 and double black. An instant. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield and suspect it. Yeah, I mean, solid, straightforward, instant speed. Yo, Sean's here. Late night on it. It's not too late. It's not late. It will be if we get through the set review. I'm not convinced we're doing the whole set review, though. So, we'll see. But we're here now, and we're right in the middle of black. They fucking did it, chat. All right, so far we've had a wrench, which I didn't even bat an eye at a wrench, like just wrench. It didn't even dawn on me. And then Candlestick. Candlestick's a little bit more obvious. And then we question it at that point, and here we are with the lead pipe. So what are we gonna have? Are they gonna have a revolver? I don't think they're gonna have a revolver, right? So, assuming there's one for each color, we've got a rope and a dagger. The 6th one, if they do the 6th one is like an artifact, they can do the revolver as an artifact, I guess. But the other 2 are almost inevitably going to be rope and dagger. Those don't really seem to fit. Like, red would be a dagger. I guess rope would be green, maybe. For like, I don't know. That seems like a weird fit, but also they also wouldn't have a revolver, so that wouldn't. Yeah, Sean is here, the man, the myth, the legend. All right, what does the lead pipe actually do? It's another, so similar to the wrench, it's another overcosted bone splitter. 1 black mana for a clue equipment, but it equips for 2. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Whenever equipped creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life, and you can sack this to draw a card. Oh no, the food was the bone splitter. The clue was a scimitar in white. Never mind. Yeah, I was comparing apples to oranges. They don't have a revolver? Okay. They added the secret passageway land. What? The secret passageway land. I don't know anything about that, but I guess that's why it's a secret. All right, this card seems bad. I don't know. You know, if you want an equipment and you're aggressive, black deck or whatever, you put this in. But otherwise, meh. Meh. Leering Onlooker. 1 and a black for a 1/3 flyer. 2 black. Exile this. Create 2. Oh, exile it from your graveyard. Create 2 tap 1/1 black creature tokens with fly. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If I would play a 1/2 flyer for 2, I would play a 1/3 flyer for 2. That gives me more flyers out of the graveyard. Oh, this is a great card. I'm down for the sickness on this one. She's just a straight up vampire. She's got no job. She ain't got no job. Her job is just to be a vampire, okay? She's full time, you know, mommy responsibilities to these bats, all right? So, stay at home vampire mom eventually kicks it, and her bats have no choice but to venture out into the wide world. I like this. A very good limited card. Won't construct with this one. They gave 1 clue equipment for each color. There are 6 weapons of clue, so they just had... Yeah, well, that's why I didn't know. I knew that if they only did 5, they wouldn't do the revolver, and I figured if they did the 6th one, if they did the revolver, it would be as an artifact, right? I just wasn't sure if they'd put a revolver in the set, and it looks like they didn't. That's why I was trying to figure out. I'm assuming red's going to be the knife and green's going to be the rope. I just, you know, I can't really imagine it the other way around. Oh, as a room or whatever. Yeah. I got you. It's in the clue subset box. Got you. Yeah, in clue there's the 2 secret passages that connect the corners. Yeah. Long Goodbye. 1 in the black for an instant. The spell can't be countered. Destroy a target creature or planeswalker with mana value 3 or less. The fact that this can't be countered is not great. Honestly, it might be good in older front. Like if Delver is dominant, you just play this, right? But really, Delver supplements with not Gurmag Angler, but the new one that's flies and is better and strictly better eliminate. I mean, is it? What's eliminate? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Murktide. That's the one that I was thinking of, Sean. So, like, if you play this in your deck to, like, say fuck you to Delver and then they just play Murktide, you feel like a giant idiot, right? You'd rather play Anointed Affliction? Yeah, if you're going to target little shit, then you may as well exile it. I agree with that. Yeah, not too many counters running around. And the decks that countering are not the decks playing the small creatures a lot of the time, right? You're running into your small corner cases where you got, like, blue-white humans with some counters or whatever, but there, if you're trying to single target removal against that deck, you're probably losing anyways, so. Yeah, I think this might be better in older formats than in standard for sure. And in limited, it's fine, right? In limited, it's fine. It's just you're not excited about it. It's not great, but you'll play it. I can never say this damn word because I get in my head. I hear people say it, and I'm like, I know exactly what they're talking about. But when I say it, I just want to say it how it's spelled. Macabre is, I think, how you're supposed to say it. But there's a fucking R in there. We all know there's a goddamn R in there. And so just as a culture, we collectively choose to ignore it, and I'm fine with it. It kind of flips. It just kind of trips me up when I read it, you know? But anyways, Macabre or Reconstruction. 3 and a black for a sorcery. This spell costs 2 less to cast if a creature card was put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Let's see. It's good for the face down cards. That's true. If your opponent can't flip them. Yeah. So that makes sense. Like, because it gets around the ward. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good evaluation, Takana. It makes it better in limited for sure. Probably won't come up a ton in constructed, but yeah. Better limited card because of that. You're right. This card is often 3 mana. So sometimes you're getting screwed and sometimes you're getting a discount. I don't think the discount is worth the times that you're not going to be able to set it up on the turn you want to cast this, that something also died. I think this card's going to play out worse than normal. I normally like these in limited. I think I'm going to like this one less than normal because I'd rather consistently pay 3 than have to pay 4 unless I can set up a condition to pay 2. I think I'd prefer this just be the 3 mana version consistently.
Masker Girl, known killer. 2 black for a 4/4. She's a human assassin, of course. She's got menace. Creatures you control have Wither, which means they deal damage to creatures as -1/-1 counters. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, if its toughness was less than 1, draw a card. So, I mean, I know a lot of people were like really, really excited for Masker Girl. I don't think she's as exciting as original Masker Girl, obviously. So if people are let down, I can completely understand that. She's not going to see any play at all, is she? She's just not. Like, she doesn't immediately impact the board. Her name's not Sheldred, so why am I paying 2 black for a 4/4? When I could be playing Sheldred as a 4/5 Death Touch that completely takes over games. Masker Girl completely takes over games in which combat damage is happening. Or creature combat. It can't even be like, I'm attacking, you're attacking, I'm attacking, you're attacking. Like, we got to be engaging in creature combat. And then all I'm doing is investigating sometimes. I mean, she's not actively bad. I don't think it's close. I don't even think she's close to working. I don't know, if you could change one knob on this card, what would you even change to make this good? I don't even know. Maybe putting in a format that still had like pingers, like Tim's, because it doesn't say, it's not combat damage. Give it first strike. That first strike, yeah, first strike would be good. First strike would be pretty good, not gonna lie. I still don't know if that does it, because I think they can just like, yeah, first strike might do it. First strike might be good enough to do it. All right, Murder's reprinted. Meh. Night Drinker Morori is a 3 and a black for a 4/2. It's a vampire. I thought Mororis were unique to Innistrad. Have they printed a Morori outside of Innistrad? Because the first one of those that was printed was just Morori. Like, I thought that was just like, it was a thing. Like, that is Morori. I didn't think that was a type of vampire. Maybe it is. I don't know. Have they printed any more outside of Innistrad? Or not Innistrad, Ravnica? I don't know. Anyways, this one is a 4/2 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, you lose 3. You lose 3 life? They are exclusive to Rav. Yeah, so what's this one doing? Is this on Rav? Have I missed that this whole time? Is this set on Rav? I didn't know that Karlov Mansion was on Rav. I don't know. I probably should have picked up on that at some point during my first 2.5 colors of this set. Okay, fair enough. We're on Rav, by the way. In case you guys didn't know, we're on Rav. I haven't gotten to Tesla Karlov yet. I have no idea. I didn't know that Tesla Karlov existed. Or was in the set. I guess I knew she existed in theory. It's funny, I identified what plane we're on based on some fucking random uncommon from the original Ravnica set. Like, I'm sure there were plenty of more obvious signs between the beginning and now. I guess honestly the Vidalkins are pretty, not the Vidalkins, the little bald fucks. What are they called? Yeah, the Vidalkins. The Vidalkins should have been a dead giveaway too, right? The Vidalkins were an original Rav as well. Yeah, I don't know. I thought we were just some random place. I didn't fucking know. Not recognizing the symbols and everything. I don't fucking know. Look, I've paid more attention to the art in this set review than I have ever paid attention to the art in the history of Magic the Gathering. I thought I've been doing great referencing the art, talking about the art, giving the people what they want. But I really don't fucking know. When it comes to the art, I look at it, I'm like, oh, pretty picture, and then I forget about it for like the next 10 years, and then, Welcome back to streaming. Thank you, my buddy. I appreciate you. Otto is learning. I'm trying real hard to learn, but it's, I got a thick skull. It takes me a while. All right. Anyways, this dude's not great. This dude's just not great. Anyways, on to outrage. Okay. 4 power flyer attacking on turn 4 is not bad. So you play it on turn 3. I didn't see disguise again. You play it on turn 3. You survived to flip it up on turn 4. This plus like a 2-drop, or this plus a combat trick, or this plus a removal spell. You're racing. You're racing. This is pod racing. On murder and all the guild symbols. Are they? Oh yeah, I do see a guild symbol here. Okay, to be fair, like they're not immediately recognizable. I can see the is it symbol here. But like I don't even see the rest of them. It looks like there's one folded up here or whatever. This looks like maybe it's Rakdos down here. This looks like Gruul. I'm starting to see him now. I get it, but like, come on. That's a stretch to say I would see that. Of all the stuff that would have caught my eye, that's not the one. But yeah, you recognize Marori. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. But that was a word. It wasn't even the art on Marori. It was more the word Marori stuck out to me. And I was like, on original Rav, I was like, oh, that's pretty unique. You know, that's a thing in Rav. So yeah, I had never seen it anywhere else. It's an important part of the story. It's not quite as easy to see them all. Yeah. You're just blind, old man. You know what? How you can't see those fucking symbols. Don't lie to me. Where would Karlov Meta be? Look, I'm just saying Karlovs that we know of are on Rav. But there has been at least one Karlov Planeswalker, correct? Huh? So I'm pretty sure that means he could sow his seeds wherever the fuck he wants to. So there has not? Oh, really? Okay. I thought one of the commander products had a Karlov Planeswalker. Well, let's just say there could be. Maybe I've got some insider knowledge, and there is in an upcoming set, because I'm a streamer and I got big time WotC spoilers coming in the future. Maybe I just spoiled something for you guys that y'all aren't in to know about. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe there could be in the future. And, you know, in canon, eventually, once there is, you guys will have to come back and apologize that I, ahead of time, was spoiling all this information about the new Karlov Planeswalker. Oh, I'm confusing the name Markov. Yeah, probably. Probably, because we all know the storyline is not my strong suit. The Karlov could have used the Omnipath. See, great. I know what that means, but great. Auto is in bed with Big WotC. Exactly. Homicides of Markov Mansion. Love it. Everything might have. Exactly. So we can't prove or disprove that I'm full of shit. So, you know, I think that all works out how I wanted it to. So, all right, we've successfully navigated that little kerfuffle. Let's talk about outrageous robbery. Black, and X for an instant. There was a double black or double blue X spell. I don't remember there being a double white X spell, so probably not a cycle, but it is a little weird to see double blue X, double black X. If you did have insider information, it will be the last time since you were drinking and spilling the beans on Steam. Only if you guys fucking tattle. Don't tell nobody, okay? I'll just delete the VOD, you know, and everything's fine. Send a Popa. Oh my God, they're not gonna send a Popa. They're gonna send the fucking what were those fucking people? The Illuminati or some shit? I don't know. They were some fucking underground rule the world from afar. The Pinkertons. Yeah, Pinkermans, exactly. Fucking Pinkertons. Let them come. Let them come. I mean, don't send them though. I'm just kidding. Anyways, this fucking thing. Target opponent exiles the top X cards of their library face down. You may look at and play those cards for as long as they remain exiled. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana as though or mana of any type to cast it. The orangutans. All right, so I know what you're thinking. Otto, this seems like a dirty piece of shit. Why would you ever play a spell like this? And you'd probably be right. But on the other hand, have you thought about using it as mono black mill? Huh? I mean, just like, why do you need a Blue Sun Zenith when you have Outrageous Robbery, and then you don't even need to play blue? All you got to do is, like, you know, Dark Ritual, Dark Ritual, Dark Ritual, Dark Ritual. Oh, you thought I was going to Mind Twist? Nah, I'm going to Outrageous Robbery. Got him. Yeah, this is like another iteration of Shit Angel, right? No, because Shit Angel was self-mill. I can only mill opponents with this. I can't, sadly, I can't mill myself. Sadly, but we're gonna be playing with this, trying to make as much mana as possible. Okay, so here's the plan. Remember, if you you may recall, I tried to build around the green Virtue, and we couldn't figure out what the fuck to do with it, because like all the red X spells were shit and they couldn't target players and blah 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 blah. We're just gonna fucking play Virtue of the green one, and then we're just gonna mill them out in black, and we're not going to touch blue at all, and this is going to be fun. See, that's what we're going to do. Exactly. See, Stan, what? Now you're thinking. Who needs fucking Tendrils? Fuck that card. Tendrils is easy mode. Yeah, we ended up playing Light Up the Night. That was the one we played. And it was good. The deck was bad, but Light Up the Night was good in the deck. But now we get to mill people, and that'll be fun too. Persuasive Interrogators. 4 black for a 5/6 Gorgon Detective. Love it. I love all the fucking detectives. They're just like, fuck it, give them a detective. Why not? Also did Virtuous Strength with Token Doublers, Triplers, and a whale. I had Awake in the Woods in that deck, but I did not have the Token Doublers, Triplers in my version of that deck. That sounds sweet though, Nato. I like that idea quite a bit. Who needs to win a 100 Neon Ink Cavern of Souls? Not me, because I punted the EDH game away like a dumbass. Wait, did y'all played? Y'all normally just play kind of for funsies. What's up with there being a Neon Ink Cavern of Souls up for a pod? The real question the people are asking about is, are you going to be first to play Balatro when it releases February? Is it releasing February 20th? I got to look. You know me, let's be honest, I'm a tightwad. So, you know, I play a good game when it's a demo, but when that full game comes out and there's $1 price attached to it, you know, I'm probably going to balk. I'm not going to lie. I loved it. I will maybe watch other people play. Bobby gonna get it for you. Aw. Oh, to CEDH. Nice. What did you run in CEDH? Here's my 254s. Deal with it. So yeah, I will have to look and see how much it is. But yeah, ultimately I am I'm a bit of a tight ass when it comes to my gaming. I'd rather play games. There's so many free games that I can support through, you know, other means, right? I mean, support. I can be part of the player base for games that need me to mooch off them so other people can spend money. You know what I mean? That I feel like I can spend my money elsewhere on things that I can't get for free. Sisse, nice. CEDH is competitive. It's win at all costs. Yes. All right. Anyways, we've become sidetracked. This is why it takes me, you know, fucking a billion hours to get through the set review. So Persuasive Interrogators is 6 mana. It's a Gorgon Detective. When it enters the battlefield, investigate. Whenever you sack a clue, target opponent gets 2 poison counters. So in the past two cards, we've gotten a mono black mill win condition, and we've gotten non-corrosive poison win con. I'm loving all the win cons that we've just seen happen in here. AKA competitive EDH, I can win turn 1 potentially. That does not make it clever. Wait, what? Oh, hey, whales wouldn't whale for dead games. So you're supporting just... That's my point. Exactly. So I've said that a lot about Arena, you know? They give people like me the opportunity to play free-to-play because without a wide player base, the people that are willing to spend money would not spend money. So, like, it takes both. So I say support, but like it's true. Like there are some games that die because not enough. There are not enough players, and like people do spend money, but it, like you said, it dies out. The whales are playing the whales. It's not fun. They're playing against the same people. There's not a wide enough player base, and then it just dies. The cool thing about CEDH, at least it's most communities, that they're proxies friendly. Yeah, for sure. I think EDH in general is just pretty proxy friendly. I think currently only Post Malone can do a turn 1 win in the top CEDH meta. Wait, what? Why would only Post Malone be able to do it? You think? Wait, whoa, Sean, you're anti-proxy? That's surprising. Kirk, son of Yogg? What does that even mean? I didn't know Yawgmoth had a son named Kirk. Oh, they went to I misread then. I misread. Oh, Crick. Yeah, I've seen that. The hybrid. Yeah. Right. I've seen that one. Got you. All right. Hey, God damn it. I need to focus. All right. So we got our mill win condition. We got our poison counter win condition. We'll probably play them in the same deck because might as well, right? Polygraph Orb, 4 and a black for an artifact. Whenever this enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 2 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose 2 life. For 5? Meh. 2 and tap, collect evidence 3. Each opponent loses 3 life unless they discard a card or sack a creature. That's so slow. That's so fucking slow. No, thank you. It's just a sleep rage and not actually his son. All right, this card sucks. Presumed dead. 1 in a black for an instant. Up until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, return to the battlefield and suspect it. Suspect is good on this type of effect. You want to use these effects aggressively. This has +2/+0 attached to it. You want to use it as a like a pump spell if you want to just get in for 2 extra damage. You want to be trading up with your creature, having it come back and be harder to block in the future. This is a good iteration of this card. I can see why they made this card uncommon. A lot of times they'll make this card at common. This card probably would not have been able to be this good at common. I think that's a true statement. This just does a lot for an aggressive deck to have like access consistently to multiple copies of these. Repeat Offender. 1 in a black for a 2/1 Human Assassin. 2 in a black. If this is suspected, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Otherwise suspected. That's... I was tempted to say so bad, but it's already a 2/1 for 2. How bad can it possibly be? It's like replacement level, right? Like, you'd rather run a better 2-drop, but if you can't, then you run this. And if you have 6 mana on turn 6 and you have nothing else to play, fuck it, you know? All of a sudden, this is suspected, but it's going to get big in a turn or 2, and then what are you going to do about it? Rot Farm Mortipede. So this card, funnily enough, also would have led me to the fact that we were on Rav. Because it's a Mortipede and because it's on a Rot Farm. So there you go. Between Morori and the Rot Farm Mortipede, we'd have got there. So 3 and a black for a 3/4. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, Rot Farm Mortipede gets +1/+0 and gains Menace and Lifelink until end of turn. CDH, the only concern is winning. However you do that is up to you as fast as efficient as possible. That makes sense. CDH is the high power variant. Everyone just wants to win and plays them. I mean, to be honest, like, once people start playing EDH, they started a baseline of like kind of in the middle. They just built their first EDH deck. They probably got a precon, woo, and then they go in one of two directions. Either they make it like casual or they make it competitive. And, there's nothing wrong with making it competitive. I think that in any game with any rule set, there will be people that do what they can with that rule set to make it the most competitive they can, right? So some people just like that, and I think that's great. That being said, I love that just innately the format was like casual enough to be like, look, we're playing the same game. We're just gonna put a little C in front of yours, and then y'all go do your own fucking thing. You know what I mean? So I don't know that that's happened many other places where we're just like, look, we got the same rule set. We're gonna do our own, the same thing. We're gonna have the same cards, blah blah blah. But what y'all do over there and what we do over here is not actually the same thing. I like that quite a bit. CEDH has generally a better community than normal EDH, and it's the only thing that it has going for it. Really? I wonder why that is. I wonder why that community is better. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. All right. Slice from the Shadows. X and a black for an instant. This spell can't be countered. Second black spell not being able to be countered in the set. It's interesting. We didn't see that on white or blue that I recall. So interesting to see that particular way of combating the morph mechanic, I guess, as Tukandas pointed out. But this is a target creature gets -X until end of turn. You're not normally happy to play this, but if you do, may as well have it not be countered, I guess. The only reason I say that is generally everyone knows going in that they're going to play all the nasty cards, just win. You already have that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So like, there's no like, what level is it? Kind of conversation because everybody knows they're at a fucking 11 already. That's fair. That's fair. There's less stress because everyone knows the goal of the game. That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. That's a very valid point that I hadn't thought of. You go in knowing what the fuck to expect. All right. Slimy Dual Leech. 3 and a black for a 2/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control with power 2 or less gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch until end of turn. I like this card. It's surprising to me that I like this card, but I do. The 4th power on the butt for a 4-drop is the most important. In most format, like obviously there's differences. Once you look at like the different breakpoints for like how many creatures have this power, how many creatures have that toughness, blah blah blah. What do the removal spells do? But most often, like you're happy to see 4 toughness on a 4 power or a 4 mana creature. It's got a great ass, exactly. Not as good as the 110 that we saw earlier. Whew, boy. But still, it's still pretty thick for a 4-drop. And it's honestly adding an additional power and giving it Death Touch. Let's say that your 2-drop is a 1/3, right? Or maybe, God, I don't even know. 2/3 would be just mwah. But like, let's say it's a 1/3, so it's got a pretty good butt on it. So they can't just chump it with like a 1/1 and trade it off. Like, you don't want to use this in attack with a 2/1. That wouldn't make any sense. But like, you attack, you draft a defensive style deck with this in it, maybe a couple of these, and then you got some 1/3s or whatever, and then you just start attacking with them. They pump up to a 2/3. they trade off for value or value plus, or if not, what are they gonna do? Just get hit in the face and then attack back into a 2/4? You think you have a couple of those living under your bed? Lol. Is the Mole God? I haven't gotten there yet. I don't know. It's probably a multicolored card. But yeah, I think this is good and limited. I can see why, once again, I can see why this is uncommon. I like this quite a bit. Snarling Gorehound, 1 black manas for a 1/1 dog. It's got the menace. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, I got the hiccups. Surveil 1. So it's 1/1 Surveil 1 as it comes into play, and then anything else that comes into play, it surveils more. I mean, if your deck's aggressive enough, if it's low enough to the ground, then maybe. The other thing would be if you had to set up the collect evidence, then this would be probably a good thing. But other than that, this is just kind of okay. Soul, yeah, okay. Soul Innervation, 3 and a black for an enchantment with flash. When this enters the battlefield, target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. I don't fucking know. It's a 4 mana removal spell, but like at the same time, it's got some weird clause clicked onto it. Like, what are you gonna do with this? I mean, fucking like dredge your whole library and then play this and then Tormod script yourself? I don't fucking know. No, it's 1 or more, so you have to do it individually, 1 at a time. Like 1 or more makes it like, so it can't be a one-off. It can't be a all for one effect. Yeah, I don't know. I think this card is bad, but the fact that it has that second paragraph or that second sentence on it or whatever, like, yeah, it's for the collect evidence cards. I mean, I get that, but like, let's say you collect evidence 6, because that seems to be the most common number that we've seen. Chances are you're not doing that off 1 6 drop. Chances are you're doing it off like 3 2 drops or 2 3 drops or a 1 2 and a 3 or whatever, right? But like, that's still, that collect evidence 6, even if it's 3 cards, only drains them for 1 life. You have to collect a lot of evidence for this to be good. And like, how are you getting all those cards to the graveyard? And how'd you get this into play? And there's, I just think this is like, it's a lot. I don't think it's good. I don't even know if it'd be broken and limited if it pinged individual cards. I really don't. Yeah, it's just, yeah, exactly. But it's just like, it's such a tacked on thing. It just seems really, really weird. Yeah, it's only creatures as well. Exactly. It's only creatures. It's meant for commander? Maybe. I don't know. Is it? Anyways, who knows? Not me. On to Toxic Analysis. A black mana for an instant. Target creature gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn, and you investigate. I mean, it's weird black removal, but also kind of helps you win races, artifact synergies. You know, it's kind of a 1 for 0, which is a funny way of saying 2 for 1. Yeah, I don't know. This one, you'll play it, you'll get blown out by it sometimes. You'll blow people out with sometimes. Sometimes it'll just be meh, right? Undercity Eliminator, 3 black for a 3/3. When this enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact or creature. When you do, exile target creature an opponent controls. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's 5 mana, but it's a 3/3, so it's a solid body on a fucking. It's solid. You know, like Chupacabra is like, you know, 4 mana, what, 3/2? So, you know, I'd prefer this be 4 mana. It'd be great at 4 mana. You also have to sack a creature, but I mean, it's unconditional. Just exile their best thing on a threat. That's good. That's a good card. Sometimes you basically won't have anything. You won't have a 1/1 in play. You'll have to use this. and that'll suck. It'll be a 5-mana removal spell. But honestly, 5-mana exile-based removal, we've seen that in other sets, and you're not happy to play it, but you do. And the fact that sometimes you're going to get to sack a 1/1 instead of your 3/3 and get to keep your 3/3, that's solid. That's really, I think that's a good card. Unscrupulous Agent. 1 in the black for a 1/1. When this enters the battlefield, target opponent exiles a card from their hand. Or just like, yeah, if you have a clue laying around, it's sick. Absolutely, Stan. 100%. So, on the one hand, you'd think I'd like this card because, you know, I've played like a lot of the decks that have like, you know, the Ravenous Rats type cards in them. But like, oftentimes those decks that I play with those type of cards in them have discard synergies. And so the fact that this exiles kind of fucks that up. So I'm not convinced I like this more than like, you know, the virus beetles of the world or whatever. But it's always nice to have that as an option in case you're playing a version of this deck that doesn't have discard synergies. You're just about the hand disruption, in which case obviously exiling is the most useful. It's just weird. It's honestly, if it's the only one you play, you would obviously play the one that exiles. But like if you're playing a bunch of them, there's no time you can play it that makes sense to have the exile one. So like say you had this and a virus beetle in your hand, right? You play the virus beetle first. If they have a card in their hand they want to discard, they just discard it right away to the virus beetle. So then like you playing this one next, you didn't get them. You didn't trick them to like saving the card they wanted to discard and then like you exiled it and said ha ha ha, right? And if you play this first and they have like 2 cards in hand, one of them they want to discard, one they don't, they just exile the one they don't want to discard. And so when you play the virus beetle next turn, then they just took the card that they didn't discard last turn. So it's kind of an all or nothing situation. So having one of this effect that exiles where all the rest of them discard, if you're playing multiples, I think it's actually better just to have them all discard. Because like it goes back to the old adage, like if you can give your opponent, if you can avoid giving your opponent a choice, it's better for you in all scenarios, right? So even if you would think that like, oh, sometimes I might force them to make the wrong decision or whatever. No, if you can just deny them the decision and just dictate the terms of the game from the get-go, and especially when it starts in your deck building decisions, normally that's going to work better for what you're trying to do, even if it sounds like this has upside compared to like a virus beetle or whatever. Just leaving your deck for the RSQ. What you running? What format is it? Vein Ripper. Azorius Soldiers. I bet not. I've never heard of Haiku playing that deck in my life. But then again, if they think it's the best deck, they will run it. 3 black for a 6/5 flyer. It's got ward, sack a creature. Whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. A solid. I don't know what you do with this. Should be on cookie or poison. Cookie or what the fuck? What decks are we talking about here? Cookie? Or poison. I know what poison. Well, I mean, I know of poison decks. I don't know what the one being played looks like currently, but it's the second best deck after Caves. Lol. Stand still on them Caves. The only cookie I can think of is Tough Cookie. I don't know. Maybe Sean's just fucking with me. Cookie is trash. Are we talking about like Tough Cookie? Like, whoa. Is mono green artifact aggro a thing? I'm gonna be so mad if mono green artifact aggro is a thing. Y'all remember we played that like forever ago, like obviously before Tough Cookie. It's Simic, but like, oh man, Simic Cookie deck is gas. BS. Hell yeah, I'm happy it's being played. That's awesome. I love that artifact aggro is a thing, even if it's not mono green. That was one that if we'd actually played standard, I would have readdressed. I don't know if we'd have added green. I don't know if I would have gotten there. But Tough Cookie was on my list. That's funny. I didn't think that would become an actual like deck. That's fun. I'll have to go check out a deck list for that. That's pretty funny. It's so bad. Come on. So what are you running, Haiku? What's good? What's good? I know you're not running Domain because you're not going to be that guy. You're not going to run the deck that you spent so much time complaining about. So if you're not running Cookie or Toxic or Azorius Soldiers, and you're not running Domain, Haiku's on Esper Legends. No, he's not. No, they're not. The Pretend Goose. All right, we're distracted again. I love that Tough Cookie's a deck, though. All right, on to red. Anzrag's Rampage. You would totally run Domain if you had the cards. Fair enough. All right, so this is 3 red for a sorcery. Destroy all artifacts you don't control. Then exile the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of artifacts that were put in the graveyards from the battlefield this turn. You may put a creature card, exiled this way, onto the battlefield against haste. Return it to your hand. There's so much bad about this card. There's so much bad about this card. You're on Soldiers and it's bad? Wow. Why? What is going on with this card? I don't understand this card at all. If anybody can explain this card to me in a way that makes sense, make it make sense. But, like, this ain't bad. I don't know. All right, on to the next card. Bolrak Clan Basher. 4 red, 3/2. Double Strike, Trample, Disguise, 5. Nah, it probably will see a little bit of play in limited, but it's not a great card. Case of the Burning Masks. When this case enters the battlefield, it deals 3 damage to target creature an opponent controls. 3 mana, deal 3. Okay. Not the worst. Not good. Can't go to the face. Nah, it's pretty bad. 3 mana can't not go into face. That's bad. All right. To solve, 3 or more sources you control dealt damage this turn. Solved. Sacrifice this. Exile the top 3 cards of your library. Choose one of them. You may play this card. Play that card this turn. Okay. So it comes into play Zot something. You probably can't flip it that turn, and if you did, you probably don't want to. Well, no, you could solve it, but then not use the solved thing, right? Yeah. Okay. So like, okay. So it's 1-drop, 2-drop attack. No, 1-drop, 2-drop. Kill their 2-drop or 3-drop if they were on the kill a creature of theirs. Attack. Damage. So that flips this, or that solves this, and then you get, but the payoff's not there. Then you get to just like pick one of 3 cards and play it this turn. I mean, I guess you still killed a creature and like, yeah, it's okay. It'll see play in limited. It's not a constructed card. Maybe, honestly, it might even be that it's a sideboard card. Yeah, you can sack it later. Yeah, right. I'm with you. Yes. If you play this, kill a creature, then attack with 2 creatures, it will solve the clue or the case. Yes. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. In limited, it'll see play. It's definitely good in limited. In constructed, like this might even be sideboardable for like mono red mirror matches or something. The problem being, you have a card mode. Exactly. Right. So the problem being if you go for this and then they kill one of your creatures somehow or like block and sack one of their creatures or anything like that, like you have to make sure this is going to happen. And that's easily avoidable in mono red mirror if they just leave up 1 mana, right? If they leave up 1 mana, you can't consistently solve this, I think. So, I don't know. I think this is definitely good and limited. I don't think it's going to see play constructed. If anything, you can't mainboard it, right? Because like not going to the face, like if they don't play a creature for you to hit with this, is just stupid dead. So, if anything, it's sideboardable and constructed. Limited, it's fine. Case of the Crimson Pulse. Crimson Pulse is one I was hoping to be good for aggro. Okay, well let's check it out. It's 3 mana, so well, bad start for your aggro card, but we'll see. When this card enters the battlefield, discard a card, then draw 2. It's not part of the cost, so if this is the last card in your hand, you just draw 2 for 3, which is solid. To solve, you have no cards in it. Wait a minute. Okay, so you drew 2, but your goal is to get them out of your hand. And then if it's solved at the beginning of your upkeep, discard your hand, then draw 2 cards. Oh, okay. So it's like a grafted skullcap kind of situation. Okay. As a curve topper in like a really aggressive mono red, like almost burn deck, but like, you know, you can have some haste creatures, whatever, like, you know, swift spears and whatnot. Yeah, I could see this being like a curve topper. Yeah. The thing about like, okay, so it's good, right? It's good. Yeah. So obviously Grafted Skullcap was like many years ago. There used to be a counter burn deck that ran that. It was 4 mana at the beginning of your upkeep, draw next card, at the end of your turn, discard your hand. So like the downsides of that, 1, it was 4 mana. 2, you discarded at the end of your turn, you didn't draw till the next turn. So you were always down the cards first. If you had any cards left in hand, you discarded them. You didn't get anything back until the start of your next turn. But then from after that, it was your own personal Howling Mine, as long as you use the cards, right? Same thing here, except like up front, you get a possible advantage, if not break even, right? If you play 2, draw 2, like if you play 1, discard 1, draw 2, you've broken even for 3 mana. But it's kind of like you've cycled that land to hopefully draw some action, whatever. Then after that, hopefully within the next turn cycle or 2, you empty your hand, you get this to happen, you solve it. The next turn, you obviously don't have any cards in your hand because you just solved this at the end of your last turn. So you draw your 2 for no real downside. And then from there, you hope to just be able to play those 2 cards, right? So in every way that I can think of, it's better than Grafted Skullcap, except for the fact that obviously this, you know, is not an artifact. You can only play this in a red deck. But I just know that Grafted Skullcap was never... It was kind of a fringe deck when it was like, you know, that sort of like burn Skullcap. I don't remember what the name of the deck was at that time. Like, but yeah, it was fringe. It was never that good. And like we've come a long way since like 2001, 2002, whenever that was happening. Oh, you're drawing 3 with this card. Okay. I was assuming that I didn't read the card well enough. I assumed this replaced the draw step with drawing 2. Yeah, so you're drawing 3 a turn. That's good. That's definitely better. Yeah, that I think puts it over the top for me. I agree with that. I think this card will be good. I think this card's way better than some of the other cards that have come out. Like in the last set, there was like the weird red card for 3 mana. It was I don't remember what the fuck it was called. The blasting cannons or some shit that you had to like set up for 3 turns in a row with, and then you could start cascading whatever the new cascade was or whatever. That some people were hyped about. And this card seems way easier to set up and way better than that card. I don't know if that card's seeing any play or if it's completely burned out by now or whatever, but I think this card's got potential. Yeah, the fact that you're drawing 3 a turn is a lot better than I was giving it credit for. I read it as a replacement of your draw step. You think it's better than Experimental Frenzy? Experimental Frenzy, you can go hard. I think they go in different decks. Experimental Frenzy, the best Experimental Frenzy deck was like also a Steamkin deck, right? Because it just like it went hard when it started to go. It went. This is more of like, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which of those is better. Experimental Frenzy got fucked by Pocket of Lands. That's also true. I agree with you. I think this card's good. You don't want more than one of these cards, but it doesn't matter, right? Because at drawing 3 a turn, you're just getting through your deck so fast that, like, if you draw this card, it's like, oh, yeah, this card's dead. I'm going to end up discarding this to the thing, but that's fine. Because, like, if your first turn that you drew 3 more, like, say you played 4, you'd only seen this one, you finally emptied your hand and you drew 3 cards. They were all 3, the second, third, and fourth copy of this. You've gone through all 3 of those in one turn cycle. You'll discard them all because you won't play another one for sure. Well, I don't know. I might even play another one in that scenario. I'll discard 1, draw 2 usable cards, maybe play 1, maybe not. All I do is discard them then, and then I'm going to draw 5 cards. Actually, this card's fine in multiples. The fact that this doesn't replace the draw step means the first one goes on the stack. I discard any remaining duds that I have in my hand. I draw 2 cards. While the second one's on the stack, I can still play any instants that are in my hand. And so I play those, discard anything remaining, draw 2 more, then draw for my turn. A second one is actually fine. Yeah, I think this is actually fine in multiples. It's better in multiples than Experimental Frenzy. Experimental Frenzy was definitely dead in multiples. Well, I guess you could pay the 4 to do the thing, to exile it or whatever. But, like, I think this is better in multiples than Experimental Frenzy was. 100%. This is definitely better in multiples than Grafted Skullcap was. So, I don't know. I think this card's good. I think Sten's on something with this one. I think it's good. Yeah, the fact that the solved is not a replacement for the draw effect is it goes on the stack in your upkeep. Multiples of these is fine as long as most of the rest of your deck is instants. Or at least, some high number. I don't know most, because you're going to run some haste creatures, whatnot. But as long as you have a good number of instants in the deck that can go to the face, I think multiples of this is just fine. All right, caught red-handed, 4 and a red instant. This spell can't be countered. Damn, there's a lot of that. This is the third one of these in this set. I didn't see any in blue or white. Maybe I just didn't realize them. But there were 2 in black, and now this one in red. Gain control of... Ooh. A little bit of non-counterable treason, act of treason. Yeah, it's 5 mana, but that's pretty good. Yeah, right. That's a little bit cute, right? A little bit cute. Just for this set, they will not be printing that ongoing on those cards, but just for this set, they give you a little complimentary reminder text. I don't often read the flavor text, but I look down at this one, and this one is quite amusing. Wait, stop! I've been framed! Extremely convincingly, but I've been framed. That's pretty funny. All right, concealed weapon. 1 in a red for an equipment. This one gives equipped creature +3/+0. It's got disguise. So by the way, I already know there's a new Zoetic Caverns. So if anybody was waiting to look forward to my opinion on Zoetic Caverns, I'm probably not getting to that tonight anyways. But, like, I love Zoetic Caverns. I just love the ability, like, on the card itself to have this as a creature that, like, when I flip it up, it's just a different permanent type. But this permanent type gives me ramp. I love that. So, like, seeing this, seeing the non-creatures with disguise, I like that. I like that quite a bit. This card, I think, is pretty bad. But, it's I like the idea that they're willing to stretch outside of, like, creatures and lands and, have this on an artifact or whatever. It's pretty cool that, it almost... It's weird because this could have been templated as, like, the manifest version, right? And the other one that had manifest was an equipment as well. So it's interesting to see or to think about what the little intricacies are with those 2 different scenarios, with, like, one being the manifested card and one being the card itself that's flipping up. Like, obviously the manifest provides you with more value, But there's a bunch of those things going on. Like, I wonder how the decision got made to give this one disguise and the other one the weird manifested ability. I don't know, just shit to think about. But that all being said, this card is not good. But once it's in play, the equip cost is pretty cheap. +3/+0 for equip 2 is pretty good. Like, honestly, I mean, this is not a terrible just turn 4 play and equip bash with something. Put this on like the 1/2 lifelinker. Obviously, you're off to the races, but yeah. You're not like first picking this. You're not picking this highly at all. But of all the equipments we've seen today, this one is not bad. The effect that it equips for 2, when other things are giving +1/+1 or +2/+0 for 2, and this is giving +3/+0, that adds up over time. That amount of attack value adds up over time. A lot of people still don't realize you have to pay. You don't have to pay the extra when you rending volley Rafine. Yep. All right, connecting the dots. 1 in the red for an enchantment. Whenever a creature you control attacks, exile the top card of your library face down. You can't look at it. That's interesting. You can't look at it. All right. Discard your hand. Put sacrifice this. Put all cards exiled with this into their owner's hands. So this is okay. So they were like, "Oh, hey, you know Bomat Courier, right? You know Bomat Courier. What if we doubled the mana cost? Right? You with me? This is gonna be great. Just trust me. You're gonna love this. You double the mana cost, but no, you don't make the creature better. No. Fuck that. You make it not a creature. You make it no, not a creature. So it doesn't provide any board presence at all. Other shit has to attack. Other shit. Why would you do that? What? It takes everything that's good about Bomat Courier and just fucks it. This card sucks. If you have shit in play, then just attack with that shit and use that shit to win the game. Don't set up a scenario in which that shit draws you different shit and you use that shit to win the game. Just win the game with the shit you have in play, right? I don't understand this. I don't understand this card at all. This card sucks. All right, convenient target. 1 red mana, enchantment aura, enchant creature. When this enters the battlefield, suspect enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Return this from your graveyard to the hand. I like value. I like returning it from the graveyard to the hand for 3 mana. That's reasonable. I like also that this actually can sometimes set up some interesting interactions where this is actually played on your opponent's creature. To have them not be able to block, right? So it gives you menace, or it makes something not block for the turn, which might just set up an alpha strike. I like this card. I think this card could have been a common though. Card is cracked. Card is not cracked, Haiku. Don't get me started on the non-crackenness of that card. Card is buns. Cornered Crook. 4 and a red for a 5/4. When this enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact. When you do, this deals 3 damage to any target. I mean, it's 1 more than Flame Tongue, but it's a big old body compared to Flame Tongue. It's a much better board presence. You have to have an artifact, but obviously there's clues and shit. And it's only 3 damage, so it doesn't exactly deal 4. I'm not convinced this card is absolute garbage, though. I think this card's probably limited playable for sure. It's not constructible though. This isn't. Flame Tongue Kavu is good on its own. This takes setup. Setup screams limited. There's no time for nuance in constructed these days. It's just all about the individual power level of the card, and this doesn't have it. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on this and add a red mana. Oh my God, they've done it. It's completely busted. Seriously, though, is this bad? This has got to allow you to do something stupid. I mean, not in standard. There's no way that you can do anything stupid in standard. Wait. How was the blue card worded? Whenever you cast an artifact spell, investigate. Okay. So that's whenever you cast investigate. So they don't. Yeah, it's not comes into play. Okay. I was worried there was something silly going on there for a second with those two. But there's not. You say the red card is nuts? I think it's good. It's good. I went past. Super bad 99% of the time, but yeah, probably going to be some crazy pauper combo emerges with it. Wait. No, it's uncommon. It's uncommon. No pauper. What's the uncommon equivalent of pauper? I forget. It's broken as fuck with treasures? Yeah. 100%. Demand answers. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. Draw 2. You know what? That's fine. Yo, Merc with the raid. What's going on, my friend? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's give a big old shout out to Mercurio Blue. Merc, what you been up to, my friend? You've been playing some Magic the Gathering. You been drafting? Little drafty poo? Welcome on in, everybody. I appreciate you. I don't have a fox to shake at y'all motherfuckers, but I'll shake my shaker at you. Look at that. Look at that. Little Mercurio Blue special right there. I appreciate y'all coming in. Welcome. I have not been playing Magic for a while. It's been about 2 months. I did not like this format, so I gave it a break. And I'm looking through the set to see what I think of it. And so far, it's been pretty fun. Shake that drink. Welcome in, everybody. Still playing LCI, even though it hurts my heart and my brain. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I noped out of there after like 2 weeks. The format was not for me. 2 of those make your clues free. That's true. LCI is kind of poopy. So many bomb 2 and 3 drops, plus so many 1-drop flyers. Yeah, it was a weird format. I could not. You know, there have been some formats I've been very successful with and some formats I've sucked at. Most notably, Crimson Vow, I was terrible at. My win percentage was under 50%, and same thing with LCI. But Crimson Vow I still enjoyed despite losing, where like LCI, I didn't like it. I couldn't get it under my feet at all. I just felt uncomfortable the whole time. I never felt like I understood what was going on or what I was supposed to do or what I was supposed to like about it. So I eventually just decided for my sanity, I was gonna put it down for a little bit. But I'm hoping this set is gonna offer me an opportunity to onboard back. It's pretty complex. It hurts my brain after 3. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's just too much for a feeble mind like myself. 100%. All right. But anyways, we are we're about 4 hours into the set review. I'm almost through red. No, I'm not. I'm in the C's. Never mind. I just started red. I get distracted a little bit sometimes. You know how it goes. But anyways, let's go on to the next page. Expected Inheritance. So double red for an enchantment. It's a mythic, so it's gonna be great. If you want to get 2 super clunky 3-drops and some treasures on the board, I guess. You know what? Look, we're gonna make this work. This will be a card that we'll build around for sure. The little treasure goblin. All right, so whenever a creature is dealt damage, its controller may exile that many cards from the top of their library. They may play those cards until the end of their next turn. Huh. I mean, I don't know what you do with this card. Matt's gonna go lurk. I appreciate you, Matt. I gotta make it say their name when they do that. Stream Elements did not do that for me for some reason. Oh well, whatever. Well, I don't know what you do with this, but it seems inherently strong. I don't know what the fuck you do with it, to be honest. But yeah. We'll figure that out later. On to expose the culprit. 1 in a red for an instant. Choose one or both. You could possibly do both if you wanted to. Turn target face down, creature face up. Okay. This was called Break Open back in Onslaught. It didn't have another mode, though, I don't think. But it did cycle. So it sucked in Onslaught. And we're 20 years in. So probably I can just skip on to the next card. But we'll see what the other choice is. Exile any number of face-up creatures you control with disguise in a face-down pile. Shuffle that pile, then cloak them. Why would you want to do that? Once they're up, aren't most of them better on the upside than the downside? Like, I mean, I guess a lot of them have, like, flip-up abilities or whatever, but, like, this is shit. Okay, on to Felonious Rage. 1 red for an instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. This is great. This card's great. To get the face-up ability. Yeah, like I understand. I understand, but that's slow. It's so slow. Because then you got to flip them all. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not down. I'm not down with the sickness. But I am down with Felonious Rage. This is the pump spell I wish White had. If White had this pump spell, I'd be super into White aggressive decks in this format. But the only pump spell White has is a 2-mana +2/+2 Investigate that I recall. I guess they also have a 2/1 for 4 for the team, but that's just garbage. This card's great, though. You can use it to get in for hasty damage. You can use it as a combat trick that, replaces itself. I mean, this card does it all. Frantic Scapegoat. 1 mana 1/1 haste. Whenever this enters the battlefield, suspect it. Ooh, 1/1 haste menace. Whenever one or more other creatures enter the battlefield under your control, if this is suspected, you may suspect one of the other creatures. If you do, this is no longer suspected. Okay. So we've come a long way since fucking Goblin, Raging Goblin. This card is complex, but it's basically, 1/1 haste menace for 1 mana. That if you want to, can give something else haste, give something else menace when it comes into play, and then you can chump block with this fucking thing if it's outlived its usefulness, and it can soak up some damage. This is a great limited card. I'd be ecstatic to play this in limited. It's probably not constructible. Fugitive Codebreaker. 1 in a red for a 2/1 with prowess and haste. Okay, it's a good start. Disguise 6 mana. This cost is reduced by 1 for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard, though. Okay. The name is a great pun. Wait, the name of Frantic Scapegoat? What am I missing? You guys know me. I don't know. My ability to know what is going on in any given punny situation is not the best. Because it's an escape goat. I got it. It's a goat crit limp. See? Yeah, fair enough. Me and the English language and the art. Yeah, all 3 of those things don't happen at the same time. Merc, you missed earlier when I was halfway through black. Let me show you what card made me realize that we were actually on Ravnica for this set. Just for reference, for how much I pay attention to the art. This card right here, Night Drinker Mori, is the card that made me realize that we were on the Ravnica lane. And the reason for that was not because of the art. It was because the name Morori, I was like, okay, in the original Rav, there was a card called Morori. And I thought that was unique to Ravnica. And they were like, yeah, it is. I'm like, oh, are we on Rav? And they told me to look at the previous fucking picture where all 10 of the guild symbols are there. In addition to the fact that they asked me where the fuck I thought, the Karlov Manor was, I had no clue. I had no fucking clue. I don't pay any attention. I read the words. I don't necessarily look at the fucking art. So completely over my head with the pun on that one. All right. Anyways, on to Fugitive Codebreaker. So it gets cheaper for the more instances of sorceries you have. And when it's turn face up, discard your hand, draw 3. I mean, it's funny that this and the other card are in the same set, the case. Like, is this better than the case? How many creatures do you run? How many burn spells do you run? How many burn spells do you have to run to ensure that this is cheap when you need it to be and your hand is empty? I mean, I don't know. This card seems good. So, like, you take another 2-drop haste. Like, you take Felden, right? You take Felden and you replace it with this. This has got to be better than Felden, right? Like, prowess alone has to make this better than Felden. Like, Felden replaces itself. It's kind of a pain in the dick to block, but it's always just getting one card. You know, this, like, you empty your hand, you're getting 3 cards for cheap. Let's say this costs you 3 mana. You'd have to have 3 instances or sorceries. So, let's say that you had 3 mana, 3 instances of sorceries, and that would give you, like, roughly 3 creatures. So, you're on that 20-20-20 kind of, deck division or whatever. That's reasonable. Like, obviously, there's variance in that, but if that's how the game is playing out, you're popping this on turn 4, like maybe with a land drop to make and like a 1-drop to burn or something. I mean, I don't know. This seems reasonable. Is this card better than Squee in Mono Red? Whew. I don't know. I think they take up. Different positions, right? Like Squee. I don't know. Do decks run multiple Squees? When I was running any aggressive Mono Red deck, I would normally run 1 Squee because like the second Squee is so much worse than the first one, and it's a way to kind of gain inevitability. More than like closeout games. Like, I think this actually plays pretty well with like the rest of the deck too. Like, you could even possibly, if you have a card stuck in your hand and you don't have the mana, you could discard a fledgling, whatever the fuck it's called, to this, and then later get it back. It is a bit slow, I guess, is my concern. I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I guess my default would be, if my upper end was this and or Squee, I think I would start with 4 of this and 1 of Squee, but that's where I already was with Squee, so I'm not sure it's fair for me to say that. I get what you're asking, because, you can only kind of support so many 3-drops, but like, a good portion of the time, yeah, Phoenix chick. Thank you, Haiku. I don't know why I was thinking fledgling chick. I don't like a good portion of the time. This is just a 2-drop, and that's something Squee can never do, right? So I think this is better than Squee. Fugitive Codebreaker reminds me of like Bedlam Reveler. Yes, that's a very good. That's a very apt comparison, Merc. Yeah, for sure. I think this card is it's a pretty good approximation of a Bedlam Reveler. Yeah. I think Bedlam Reveler was nuts. I think this card's good. I think in Mono Red, if I were to build an aggressive balls to the wall aggressive Mono Red deck, I think I'd start like 4 of these and 1 Squee would be my default in that split, and then we go from there. But I still don't know. I don't know. How do you guys, for those of you that have come in after,
We just got through talking about how good this fucking card is. Case of the Crimson Pulse. This card seems really good too. I think these maybe are competing for spots more than anything else. Case of the Crimson Pulse seems really good. Now, honestly, in a deck with this and the Goblin, like, Squee gets better because you're just discarding all these excess cards. Like, obviously, you just chuck a Squee and get it back later. I don't know. A lot of good red options for constructed aggressive decks in this set. Interesting. I think Codebreaker is very good. All right, Galvanize deals 3 damage to target creature. If you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn, Galvanize deals 5 instead. That sounds like a reprint, but I can't place where it's from. If it is, you guys already know that it's good. If not, then you know it's good. I don't know what to tell you. In limited, not in constructed. Although, okay. Although, if you have ways to draw extra cards, it kills Shelter. I mean, I'm just saying, it kills a Shelly. So, Galvanize, 2003 vibes. Well, there you go. All right, Gearbane Orangutan. 2 and a red for a 2/2 reach. It's an ape. When this enters the battlefield, choose one. Either destroy an artifact or sack an artifact. If you do, put 2+1/+1 counters on this. Utabi Orangutan, eat your heart out. You've color shifted, but also you have reach and you've got options. You could instead sack your own artifact and become a 4/4. It's a good card. It's a good limited card, not a constructed card anymore, sadly. But yeah, good card. Good limited card. All right, Goblin Maskmaker, 1/2 for 1. When this attacks, face down spells you cast this turn cost 1 less to cast. I don't think that's a thing that people are going to do. You're not going to like play this. Okay, like you could play this and a 2-drop on turn 3 and then attack with this, just sack it on turn 4 to like play 2 morph creatures, but you're not going to do that. This is not the type of 1-mana creature that's going to be good, I think. I mean, I guess you could attack with this on turn 2 and then play your 1 morph creature, but I still don't know that that's good. Is that good? How good is that? I guess I was thinking about like the, trying to get like max value out of it. I guess maybe just for curve concerns, right? If your 3-drop is super overloaded, maybe you want these to kind of give you some extra 2-drops kind of in your 3-drop slot. Yeah, some of your red decks will run this just for curve concerns. You'll have to out of necessity, I think, right? If you don't get enough natural 2-drops, and so you've got like a dirge of real 3s and morph 3s, you'll probably have to play some number of these and just hope that you can turn some of your morph 3s into morph 2s on turn 2, just at the complete sacrifice of this as a card. It's interesting. I like the card. It makes me think, so that's good. But yeah, I don't know. All right, so red does have the knife, so green with the rope is confirmed, but we'll get there in a second. Harried Drone Smith, 3 and a red for a 2/3. It's an Human Artificer. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. It gains haste until end of turn. Sacrifice it at the beginning of your next end step. I mean, it's a lot of value there if you can use the token. So I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. For limited, I hate it in constructed. It's way too slow in constructed. But like, if you can use the artifact for something, if you get through for a point and then can use the artifact for something, you do it all again next turn. Seems great. So it's understated at 4 mana. It's a 2/3 for 4. You have to. You do get the 1/1 right away though. Turn 1 that, turn 2 2 more, turn 3 attack, cast all my Morphes, all of them for free. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I wasn't thinking hard enough, IQ. Gotta go hard in the paint. My mic tonight is not fucking agreeing with me. It keeps fucking. I have to keep slouching. All right.
Incinerator of the Guilty. So 6 mana, 6/6 dragon, flying and trample. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you may collect evidence X. When you do, Incinerator of the Guilty deals X damage to each creature and each planeswalker that player controls. Would this have been too broken if it hit players? Let's be honest. I have a 6-drop dragon in play that has to live for a turn, and then it has to hit the player. Can't I just fucking fireball him out of my graveyard for collecting evidence? I mean, take trample away. Like, this card would be so much cooler if it didn't have trample, and then you just got to fireball him the face out of here for fucking collecting the evidence. Yes or no? It hits every creature. I mean, yeah, but once again, like, that's extra steps, right? Like, yeah, I could wrath their board. It makes it better in limited. It makes it way worse in constructed. I think if I use this to attack, and then trample through a flyer and then kill all their creatures, I'm gonna win that game. Like, next turn, 2 turns down the line, but I'm gonna win that game. But in constructed, that's just not gonna be good enough. This is not gonna see play in constructed as is. But like, if I could just nug somebody and just like chuck my graveyard at them and just get them out of nowhere, that might see play. That might be fun, you know? I don't know. I think we missed an opportunity to do something truly great. I think they were cowards on this one. All right, Innocent Bystander. This is a 1 and a red for a 2/1. It's a Goblin Citizen. Where have the detectives been in red? Red has not gotten a lot of detectives. I'm just looking back through these here real quick. Red does not do a lot of detecting. Like, I understand Red's like not really about that life, but they have not had a single detective. Give them a detective. Just give them one. Fuck. I'm sure they'll have one in there somewhere. I don't know. Innocent Bystander, though, 1 in the red for a 2/1. When this is dealt 3 or more damage, investigate. You think red players can deduce anything? Red has at least one. All right, Takanda's calling it. Takanda's called at least one. This card's fine. God, if you ever block a 3/2 with this fucking thing, whew, boy, you're living life. You are living life. But that's going to be few and far between. It will affect combat situations negligibly, right? Negligibly. So I think this card's bad. I think, well, it's replacement level. It's going to be fine sometimes. I don't know. Actually, it's sneaky good, right? It's sneaky good because, like, oftentimes, like, let's say you have, you know, a 3/3 and this 2/1, and your opponent has a 3/1 or a 3/3. You only attack with a 3/3, and you ask them, do they want to trade or not? But if you attack with the 2/1 as well, then now you're asking the question, do you want to eat my creature and take 3, or do you want to trade, in which case you still take 2? If you're super aggressive, that's a fine trade, because you're trading a little bit of damage for the tempo, but you get the card back, which makes it obviously not nearly as bad. Esper has the most detectives. I deduce that my burn kills you. Ow. So this is not as bad as it looks. I think this card's fine. I think it's probably better than replacement level, but like you're not excited about it, I don't think. All right, Knife is a 1 red mana. As long as it's your turn, equipped creature has +1/+0 and has first strike. Did they need to do that? Did they need to do the as long as it's your turn thing on this? So I think giving it +1/+0 and first strike all the time might have been too good. But what about if it always gave +1/+0, but it only gave first strike on your turn? I think that would have been fair. You get to trade up a little bit, but it's not like you just get to hold off their entire attacking force. This just seems... Maybe I'm under-evaluating it because I think they nerfed it too much. But I think this is bad. This is just bad. Like, oftentimes you use equipment defensively. Like, a lot of times what you do later in the game is you attack with something that has the equipment and you re-equip the equipment so you can offer, poor attacks to your opponent. This doesn't do that. Like, it's just, I don't like it. I don't like it. Invasion of Gopakon or get the fuck out. Oh, there's a new Krenko. All right, Krenko, Baron of 10 Street this time. 2 and a red for a 3/3 haste. Okay, 3 mana 3/3 haster. You can tap to sack an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on each goblin you control. Or there's no or. There's a whole separate ability. Whenever an artifact is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay 1 red. If you do, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token. It gains haste until end of turn. Okay. So the way it's worded, the sacrificing of the artifact is part of the cost. The trigger goes on. Both triggers go on the stack. Even though one trigger is part of the resolution of the ability and the other trigger is a triggered ability, state-based effects are not checked in between those, so you should be able to choose the order that those two go on the stack. So if you have an additional red around, you can create a goblin that will then become a 2/2. So that by itself is pretty good. I need an answer. Which do I play? Invasion of Gopakon. Oh, I thought you were literally saying, hey, Invasion of Gopakon or get the fuck out of here. I like Invasion of Gopakon, to be honest with you. But I don't know the format. I don't know how good Get Lost is. What problem are you trying to solve? That's the question. Like, what problem are you trying to solve? If you think there's one big creature that you need to get out of the way, right, then Get Lost is your guy. But like, if you want to proactively see what's in their hand and game plan around it and take the one answer they have, then you take Invasion. I'm assuming that soldiers would want to be Invasion of Gopakon based, right? Because like, what one creature are you worried about moving out of the way, as opposed to like the thing that you'd be taking out of the hand with Invasion? I don't know. I think I'm on Invasion pretty hard. And of course, Haiku says I think it's Get Lost. All right, man, whatever. What do I know? Are you playing the Fox? Probably not if they're on soldiers. The Fox is not a soldier, correct? I don't think so. If I recall, I haven't played in 2 months. I don't fucking know. Yeah, but okay. But you can still take the Shelly with the Invasion. You can still take an Atraxa with the Invasion, right? I guess that's my point. I just don't know. You thought Fox? Well, it might be. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I mean, trust me, Haiku. I'm not one of those that's like, oh, you asked my opinion. Well, now if you don't listen to my opinion, I'm going to be pissed off. And that's fine. You asked a question. I gave you an answer. You took it in. You decided something different. That's fine. I still think I'm on Team Invasion on that one, though. I think if your deck's firing, the games play out at a rate in which taking the card out of their hand is just as good, if not better, than removing the card from play. Ayo, my shin! Coming in, which I just play both. Yeah, split the difference. Play 1 and 1 or 2 and 2. How many are you planning to play? Invasion's flip side doesn't stop Sunfall. Does Get Lost stop Sunfall? I mean, not really, right? You're just playing a one-of? Elf, Fox, Soldier. Fair enough. Elf and a Fox. I feel like that has to do with the next set. I feel like the next set is going to be all about... it's going to be all... Like, you know how Simic has some weird shit? I feel like all the shit is going to be weird shit. Ley lines. Oh, Get Lost hits ley lines? I mean, okay. once again, the invasion just takes a ley line out of their hand, right? I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. I've given you my 2 cents. You're going to do what you're going to do. I got to get back to this set review. I need to fucking... We're only in red, chat. All right, Krinko seems fine. I like Krinko. On to the Krinko's Buzz Crusher. 2 red for a artifact creature insect thopter. Okay. It's got flying and tramps. 4/4. All right, 4 mana flying trample 4/4. That seems fine. When this enters the battlefield, for each player, destroy up to 1 non-basic land that player controls. For each yeah, that's true. It does still only cost 3. I agree with that. So, oh, it's an Elf Fox Knight? Oh my god, that's still 3 creature types. It's a lot. Why do they have to do this? Like, why are they so afraid of like just killing a land? I don't get it. I really don't. That's one thing I wish they'd bring back. I wish they'd actually bring back like resource denial as a strategy. I think it's a detriment to the game that's an entire strategy that they just continue to underappreciate. Because of the creature lands? Hey, look, creature lands can't just be all upside. If you sometimes have a creature that you're going to attack with, sometimes I'm just going to kill it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's just like any other land in your deck, right? You put the creature in there you put the land in there to activate it to be a creature as an upside. Sometimes we make that a downside. I don't know. I feel as though, like, I'm not saying I want sinkholes and wastelands. I'm not even for sure saying I want Stone Rains, although I never had a huge issue with Stone Rain. But, like, you got to give us, like, real format LD. What was wrong with Demolish? God. Demolish was never even a good deck. Never, ever, ever has Demolish been a good card. But they won't do it anymore. They're on this fucking field run thing. That's one of the things that I don't like about current Magic design is the fear of like actual land destruction. I think it invalidates the strategy. I think Magic needs more strategies, not less. I think in most standard formats, there's no valid combination deck, right? So you've taken like, 5 or 6 heads, right? And whittled it down to like 2 to 3. Like now, like since resource denial is not a thing, since prison is not a thing, since combo is not a thing, you've taken like 6 viable strategies and you've cut half of them out. And now you only have, aggro strategies, mid-range strategies, and control strategies. And because of that, things get a lot more stale, a lot more quickly. I think if the strategies were more diverse, then formats would take longer to be solved, even with the amount of games being processed on Arena. I prefer games where both can play. Well, you got to have counterplay to it. I mean, that's just like saying, like, Wraths also prevent play, right? Like, if one person is trying to put a bunch of creatures in play and one person plays a Wrath, I've just prevented you from playing. Like, that's not different. Me blowing up your lands is not different than me blowing up all your creatures. It's not. Like, if your strategy is to win with creatures, not blow them all up, you don't play. But we've clearly not going to stop printing Wraths. We print a Wrath. We print 2 Wraths in every set. Yeah, 2-mana counters also, have gone the way of the dodo, and I think that's to the detriment of the game. I wish removal travel was still a thing. That's not a fault of removal, though. That's a fault of creatures becoming so good. Go play Pauper. You can play Gorilla Shaman to make Affinity players cry. Fuck yeah. Love it. I don't know. I know some people don't like the feeling that they get when they play against the LD player, especially like if they randomly queue into it like 3 games in a row or whatever. But, ultimately I think the more valid strategies there are, the less likely you are to play against the same strategy often. So let's just say, for instance, that like everybody's saying how bad it is to play against LD. I bet those same people are complaining when they play against fucking Monored 5 out of fucking 10 games on Arena. Those people are just going to complain about whatever they're facing that they're losing to on a regular basis. I think, the more likely scenario is just if you give them a more varied losing experience, they're less likely to single in on one thing to be mad at. That's my opinion. I don't know. Anyways, I've been distracted again. Let's get back to this Buzz Crusher. Land destruction is not it. You're going to go with invasions after some thinking? All right. I respect it. I don't know. This card's probably fine. A 4/4 flying trample is probably a good place to start, and then you put a Field of Ruin effect on it. It's probably okay, but man, what this card could have been, you know? Whatever. Lamp Light Phoenix. 1 red for a 3/3 flyer. Like it so far. When it dies, you may exile it and collect evidence 4. If you do, return it to the battlefield tapped. So on the one hand, you don't have to pay for this again, and it's less intensive than Squee. On the other hand, though, Squee goes wide, which I think is what most red decks want to do in that Squee spot. So, I mean, this appears to be a very, very good 3-drop recursive threat, right? I guess the downside is you have to do it when it dies. So, like, let's say you had only 3 mana pips worth of cards in the graveyard and this dies. You don't get to do it later. Yeah, I think I'd stay on Squee for this. It seems decent, but I think ultimately the timing of this is just gotta line up too well. All right, Offender at Large. 4 and a red for a 5/4. It's got Disguise for 4 and a red. Same thing as its cast cost. Doesn't even get a discount. Ugh. When this enters the battlefield or is turned face up to 1 target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Nah, I don't know what it is, but this ain't it. Person of Interest. 3 and a red for a 2/2. When this enters battlefield, suspect it. Create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. Yeah, this is it. A 4 mana 2/2/2s, one of which has Menace. I'm liking that. Pyrotechnic Performer. 1 in a red for a 3/2. It's got Disguise 1. Okay. When this or another creature you control is turned face up, that creature deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Yeah, this is a rare. It's just got rare stats. You know, I don't know when this happened, but like it's such a big disparity in not just power level, but just stats between the rares, uncommons, and commons. It's just really weird. You know, I don't know when it happened, and, you know, I'm not always super upset about it, but this set just seems to have a ton of that. Like, I can ignore the mana symbol on this, or the expansion symbol, and right away I'd be like, fuck. It's a 3/2. Let's look. Does it have a downside or upside? Oh, it's got upside? Oh, it's rare at least. I know they got to sell packs. This just seems kind of disingenuous. This could have been a fucking uncommon, right? But, like, it's well statted. They could have made this a 2/2 for 2 at uncommon. They're like, fuck it, I need a rare. I'm going to put another power on it. That makes it rare, right? It doesn't really make it rare. It just makes it pushed. And I don't know. If the only difference between a rare and an uncommon is I had to make it rare because it was too pushed for limited, I mean, they've just taken a knob and just cranked it to there's a common, uncommon, rare, mythic. That shouldn't be all that cards are. Just like the knob is cranked a little bit more on the ones at higher rarity. I don't know why this was the card that like I felt like I needed to kind of expound upon that all of a sudden, but this just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Like easily this could have been an uncommon, I think, at 2-mana 2/2 with the same ability. I don't know. Reckless Detective. 1 in the red for an 0/3. When this attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card and give this +2/+0 until end of turn. It's good. I like this. Sten says, look, a shock reprint. Now I can play my shock and play with fire and lightning strike and lightning helix and my crimson pulse deck. There you go. Yeah, Reckless Detective, pretty good limited card. Oh, there's your red detective. We got him. Look at him, too. He looks kind of badass. There's been one pretty badass detective in every color, right? Except for maybe black. I don't remember a really badass detective in black. This dude's got it. I don't know what it is, but this dude's got it. All right, Red Herring. 1 in the red for a 2/2 with haste. This attacks each combat if able, and it's a clue, so I can sack it to draw a card. Yeah, this is good. This is good. You attack on the, you play it on a turn. You either play it post-combat if you want to play it on a turn you don't want to attack, or like you play it, attack with it until you can't anymore, and then you attack with some other creatures, and if they choose to block this, you just sack it, draw the card. This is good. Don't forget to board up the windows first. Yeah, NATO's getting it. NATO's getting it. We're going to have that board the windows stream here shortly. Man, that might be our comeback to Magic stream. We're going to have to bust out some boarded windows. Rubble Belt Braggart. 4 in a red for a 5/5. Whenever this attacks, if it's not suspected, you may suspect it. I mean, yeah. 4 and a red. So 5 mana, 5/5. When it chooses to attack, you get to make the decision at that point. Oh, did I miss another? Oh, yeah, that's definitely a pun. I picked up on that one. Oh, or I do now that you pointed it out. I didn't totally miss it to the point where, like, even after you mentioned it was a pun, I didn't get it. This seems fine. This is a good limited card. You don't want too many of these, but I could see playing one of these, like 5/5 menace on the turn it attacks. But the important thing about this, the thing that's different about this as opposed to all the other kind of larger things that you might think, oh yeah, well, it suspects when it comes into play. And that can be bad, right? You want your big creature to like hold the ground, at least on the turn you play it. And this does, because you don't get to make the decision on whether or not you want to suspect it until it attacks. So the turn you play it, it's a big fatty blocker. And then the next turn, if you want to menace it, then you can do so. I like that quite a bit. The nuance there is pretty nice. All right, shock, blah, 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 whatever. Like Sten said, you get to play it with your play with fire and your lightning strike and your lightning helix and all the other shit. You got to do the nightly seed. Oh, boy, we ain't doing that. You did the board up the windows deck too? Yeah, we did that. It was a lot of fun. Board up the windows was good. We actually had a counter for how many boarded windows we had, because we were playing boarded windows with like all the artifact copy effects. And so, I mean, we were up to like, I don't know, 7 boarded windows or something like that. It was a fucking fun deck. All right, Suspicious Detonation. 4 in a red for a sorcery. Costs 3 less to cast if you sacrifice an artifact this turn. It also cannot be countered. So there you go. At least the fourth instance of can't be countered that we've seen. This deals 4 damage to target creature. Very, very generic. If you get to cast it for 3, for 2, then that's great. But for 5, dealing 4 damage is not great. Yeah, this card's playable, but not amazing. The chase is on. 2 in a red for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first right until end of turn. Investigate. That's a lot for your pump spell. Even if it draws you a card, I'm not convinced that I want to fill my deck with these. I'm not a fan. All right, Torch the Witness. X in a red for a sorcery. This deals twice X damage to target creature. If excess damage was dealt to that creature this way, investigate. So for 2 mana, it deals 2. Can investigate if you kill a 1 toughness creature. For 3 mana, it kills or it deals 4, so you investigate if you kill something 3 or less toughness. That scales pretty well. I think this card's good. This card is very good. Twice X with upside on an X spell? Yeah, that's really good. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I don't remember this. They've never done just straight up red X deal double X damage to a creature, right? I don't remember that being a Magic card. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's somewhere in the area of the fuzziness that I don't remember very well about Magic, but I don't even think they've done that. So doing it with the upside of also investigating just seems really solid as a limited card. Because, you know, most of the time you're overpaying for your X spells. So, like, getting a discount pretty quickly on what you need to spend to kill larger creatures, and then also getting to draw a card eventually down the road seems great. Did it in standard with Drafna, founder of Latinum. Return border windows play. Yes, I tried to make it work with Drafna. I could never make Drafna work. I had that in the deck, but I never popped off with Drafna and just went. Yeah. For the low price of 7 mana, you too can have an extra bordered window. Vengeful Tracker, 1 in a red for a 2/2. Whenever an opponent sacrifices an artifact, Vengeful Tracker deals 2 damage to them. That's just a fine. I mean, in this format, like, there's clues all around. Like, people are gonna be sacking shit to abilities. This card's fine as a 2/2 for 2. Yeah, good uncommon. I like it. All right, we're finally to. How many goddamn multicolored cards are there? How many more pages do we have? That's what I want to know. Oh God, there's so many multicolored cards. All right, I'm gonna get through the green cards. I'm not gonna be able to do the multicolor and the lands tonight. There's just too many. All right, Aftermath Analyst, 1 in a green for a 1/3. When this enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. Sacrifice this. Return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Oh baby. Yeah, it's 3. Oh, it's 7 then? I didn't remember the math on Drafna. But yeah, it's a 3. 5 with Training Grounds, hell yeah. Aftermath Analyst in the large lads deck is pretty tempting. You know, this kind of does what the turtle did, but I ended up cutting the turtle because it was kind of too slow. But, like, you're running the man lands, and eventually you just want to, if they've dealt with your creatures, you just want to have the man lands kind of take over. This kind of does a good job of, like, you mill a bunch of shit, and all of a sudden just, like, brrr, you put all these lands back into play, and you're just attacking with 3 man lands in a turn. I think this could be good in the large lads deck. There's the right now it's playing the 2 mana 1/1 that flips the top 3 and puts a land into hand, or if you don't, then you put a +1/+1 counter on it. I think this might be better than that. Like, it doesn't offer card advantage up front, but it offers, like, on the back end quite a bit of upside for late game. I don't know. We'll have to see if we rebuild that deck, which one we like better. Airtight Alibi, 2 in a green for a enchantment aura, enchant creature. When this enters the battlefield, untap enchanted creature. It gains hexproof until end of turn. If it's suspected, it's no longer suspected. This gets +2/+2 and can't become inspected. I mean, it had to be 3 mana. It would be too much value at 2 with +2/+2, but it is kind of shitty that Blue's version of the hexproof flash enchantment is 2 and Green's is 3. You know, this is just going to be not used for that at all. But as a combat trick, +2/+2 is obviously still fine. So I think this card's fine and limited, but hexproof is just kind of weird on a 3 mana spell. I miscounted. Do I cut Lauren for a second Get Lost? I don't know. What is Lauren in the deck to deal with? I know she's generically a good card, but what specifically? Just for, like, Leyline Bindings against against Domain. What else does Lauren? I guess it hits an artifact if Tough Cookie is really a real deck. It hits an artifact in that. I don't know. What other decks is it good against? What percentage of the metagame do you expect those decks to be? That sort of thing. I think Lauren's generally a pretty just, solid one of. But I don't know how badly you want to second Get Lost either. So you're back on Get Lost over Invasion. A Killer Among Us, 4 and a green for an enchantment. When a Killer Among Us enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human creature token, a 1/1 blue merfolk creature token, and a 1/1 red goblin creature token. Then secretly choose human, merfolk, or goblin. What the fuck? Sacrifice this. Reveal the chosen creature type. If target attacking creature token is the chosen type, put 3 +1/+1 counters on it, and it gains Death Touch until end of turn. This is worded so weirdly. Okay. I understand the top half. You make all 3 tokens. You secretly choose one of the 3. I get it. I think the way it's worded, the reason they had to word it like that is, let's say I made a 1/1 human, a 1/1 merfolk, and a 1/1 goblin. If next turn I attack with the 2/2 goblin that I made off of a reflection of Kiki Jiki, if I chose goblin, I could sack this to actually put the counters on that goblin instead of my 1/1 goblin. But it's just unnecessarily verbose for that reason, right? Like, I don't know. This card it's not good either way, so I'm moving on. Blows up Leyline, blows up Temp Lockdown. You had 14, not 15 cards. Well, you were talking about cutting a card. So if you have 14, not 15, you should add a card. If you're talking about adding a card, I would add the first Lauren over the second Get Lost. But that's just, I don't know. That's just me spitballing. Analyze the Pollen. 1 green mana for a sorcery. Oh, here's the land card. Yeah. So, as an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 8. Search your library for a basic land. If evidence was collected instead, search your library for a creature or a land. Reveal that card, put in your hand, then shuffle. I like this as the version of this card that sees play in almost every set. I like this one. Analyze Pollen, good card. Not great, not going to see a ton of play, but I like that it exists. Get Lost becomes 15. Great, so then you're done. So what you meant to say is you had 14, not 13, because you were trying to add 2 cards. Archdruid's Charm. Green, instant. Choose one. Search your library for a creature or land card and reveal it. Put it onto the battlefield tapped if it's a land card. Otherwise, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Okay. Exile target artifact or enchantment. Well, none of these are worth 3 mana, but that's kind of the point with these kind of things, right? Is that the versatility gives you, is the versatility worth the added expense? We talked about that with the one, the Black Wrath / Cranial Extraction. In this case, though, the 2 cards were kind of disparate in their functionality, but they were in such a way that it was more sideboard dependent, right? Like, it's either a one of that you can mash in your deck just in the main deck that will probably be good on one side or the other in a lot of matchups, or it's like if you were running out of sideboard spots like Haiku over there, then you just add something that's less good in any one scenario but more versatile in more scenarios. This, on the other hand, it's not really that, right? It is versatile, but all the things are just pretty disjointed. You can search for a creature and put it in your hand for 3. That's bad. You can search for a land and put it on the battlefield tapped, but for 3, that's also bad. 3 mana for a fight spell with a +1/+1 counter is still probably bad. And then 3 mana to exile artifact or enchantment is also bad. Would you run these in kind of a flex spot as a one of in the main? Maybe, but it doesn't have the same draw as like a versatile sideboard option, because you're never boarding this card against any of those scenarios. Like a Wrath against an aggressive deck, slash a Cranial Extraction against a combo deck. Those are potent enough threats or answers, whatever you want to call them, that card makes sense. This card doesn't. I don't like it as a sideboard card, which means it's really kind of in a weird spot. You might see this because of the versatility. It's like a monocolored charm. It's got the 3, but it's 3 mana symbols, but they're all green. You get 3 green options or whatever. So it's like the Archmage's Charm cycle or whatever. It says charm right in the name. I'm a fucking idiot. It says charm right in the name. Good talk. So yeah, it's a charm, but it's not an enticing one to me. I don't think there's the thing with the charms is normally the good ones. There's one option that like as your default is not bad. Like with Archmage's Charm, your default was instant speed divination in a heavy blue deck for blue. Instant speed divination was your go-to, and then if you use the other modes, like those were your corner cases, right? This doesn't have a default mode that makes sense. You're not playing a default spell for 3 mana that searches your library for a creature and puts in your hand. You're not spending 3 mana as a default to Rampant Growth. You're not spending 3 mana to fight a creature. And you're not spending 3 mana default to kill an artifact or enchantment. So there's no default that's like almost on mana level that you're willing to fall back on to take the versatility in those other spots. This card is just bad. All right, Audience with Tristani. 2 and a green for a sorcery. Create a 0/1 green plant creature token, then draw cards equal to the number of differently named creature tokens you control. There's going to be somebody that's going to try and make that work, but it's going to be terrible, and you probably shouldn't do it. So I don't know what to tell you. Axebane Ferox. 2 green for a 4/4 Death Touch haste. Ward collect. Wait, what? I was expecting there to be downside in there somewhere. That's a lot of creature for 4 mana. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The Ward is weird. Ward Collect Evidence 4 is pretty weird because if they're not using their graveyard, the downside is not really there. It's like, yeah, whatever. Those cards are just there. I don't fucking know. So it didn't really do anything. Ward Collect Evidence is interesting. But 4 mana 4/4 Death Touch Haste is fine. It's got a lot of competition. Would you rather run this or Uvenwald Oddity? I don't know. I think it's probably Uvenwald Oddity. But I don't know. Is Death Touch on a 4-power creature worth more than the threat of flipping an Uvenwald Oddity later in the game? Or are there other 4-drops you would consider in that conversation as well? Probably that I'm not thinking of, but that's the first comparison that came to mind for a 4/4 for 4 with haste. And I think I'd rather run Oddity. So, yeah, all right. Bite Down on Crime. 3 and a green for... I'll clearly busted and limited, by the way, obviously, in case that wasn't evident. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may collect evidence 6. This spell costs 2 less to cast if evidence was collected. Okay. Target creature you control gets +2/+0. It deals damage equal to the power. Yeah. Your ass needs to get a bed. I'm right behind you. I'm trying to get through these green cards, but I don't think it's going to happen. I shouldn't even have started the green cards. All right, chat. I've made an executive decision. If Haiku is leaving, so am I. I'm going to bed. It's 4 o'clock. Let's call it here. Let's go find somebody to raid, though. I'm going to go ahead and put the ending screen up. If you guys have any suggestions on who you want to see rated, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to go find someone in the category. I'm going to go ahead and mute that background music. All right. We'll have to do green tomorrow. I'll pick up where we left off tomorrow. Leaving for intermission before the seed. Yeah, the intermission will be approximately 20 hours, 19 hours, something like that, and then we'll be right back for that seed. All right, who we got playing Magic tonight? Who is on? Headology's on. All right, we're going to get rid of Headology. She's the only one on that I see that's in the norms for me. Not that I have any norms over the past couple months, but all right. She's drafting. What is she drafting? I don't know. Y'all can figure it out once we get over there. All right, chat. The raid has been initiated. I will see you guys over there in about 10 seconds. Y'all have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out.